Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Give me a minute. I'll just share this link in all the groups. Okay. Okay. Now, Titan. Hello, Banu Teja. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Banu. Namaste, Titan. Bharat Kumar. Good afternoon. Divya Manakonda. Good afternoon. Pujita. Hello, Pujita. Sujesh. Good afternoon. Pujita. Good afternoon. Nivedini. Good afternoon. Titan again. Namaste. Hari Prakash, good afternoon. Gaurav, Radhe, 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 Radhe Krishna. Hari Prakash, good afternoon. Kriti Kumar, good afternoon. Hari Prakash again, good afternoon. Okay. Unnati, ma'am, is CMAD workbook released by ICMAI is important to do. Not all the questions which are there are important, but few questions which are relevant and can be tested in the examination. I'll be including it in my practical questions booklet, so you'll be able to access that. Titan ma'am, practical questions PDF eప్పుడు release చేస్తారు. Maybe by tomorrow. Muskan, good afternoon. Muskan, Haridev, good afternoon. So hello everyone, good afternoon. Welcome back to the class of CMAD marathon, and today is our last day of marathon. So far whatever we have discussed, all these topics are completed, and today our topic will be section D, forensic audit and anti-money laundering. So in this particular marathon day 5, our topics or our coverage is going to be forensic audit and anti-money laundering. As you all know, so this is one of the most important sections in the entire CMAD, and also it is most easiest topic in the entire cost and management audit, if you ask me, because it is interesting at the same time, and also it is easy for you to understand and write it in the examination. So today we are going to discuss the questions which are being asked in the examination from the units of forensic audit and anti-money laundering, and how the questions can be framed and how you have to write it as an answer in the examination. So regarding all these things we are going to see in this particular class from forensic audit and anti-money laundering. I hope it is clear. So today, shall we start the class of forensic audit and anti-money laundering? Shall we start with the first unit, which is forensic audit? Are you guys ready? Shall we begin the class? Unnati, thank you, ma'am. You're welcome, Unnati. What about others? Are you ready? Shall we start the class? Forensic audit. Shall we begin with the first question? Ahmad, yes, ma'am. Pujita, yes, ma'am. Okay, done. Titan, yes, ma'am. Okay, done. So now we are going to begin with our section D, forensic audit and anti-money laundering. Now in this, our first unit is forensic audit. Now, what does it mean by forensic audit? Haridev, ready? What does it mean by forensic audit? Now, this is a forensic of books of accounts, whatever we call it as the records of the entity. For that, whatever the verification we are going to do, that is called as forensic audit. Now, we have many other verifications which are being done for the records of the entity. Now, how it is different from the other kinds of audit? Whatever forensic audit we are learning, how is it different from the other kinds of audit? Because in forensic audit, the main motto or the main objective of doing the verification of financial statements is not just to check whether it is true or false. It is to check whether if any fraud has been happened, whether any misappropriation has been happened, whether any wrongdoings have happened in the entity. To know about that and to collect the evidence to prove it in the court of law. So, for that purpose, we are going for a forensic audit. So, what does it mean by forensic audit? It is nothing but a simple verification of financial statements. But in a view to extract the evidence which could be used in the court of law in terms of any financial misappropriation, any financial fraud has happened, or any non-financial fraud has been happened inside the entity. To prove that in the court of law, we can use the report which is given as a forensic audit report that can be used as an evidence in the court of law. Rajat, hello ma'am. Hello Rajat. Sujesh, ma'am, question from these units come alternatively or separately. What does it mean by that? Alternatively or separately means? Oh, I guess your question is that whether the question will be from either of the units. So you're asking whether the question can be tested from forensic audit or anti-money laundering or from both the topics. The answer is the question will be tested from both the units. One question from forensic audit and one question from anti-money laundering. This I am telling based on past 3 attempts question paper, which is June 2025, December 2024 and June 2024. 3 attempts, the same pattern has been followed. And also the recent 2 sets of MQP, mock question papers, which was released for December 2025. The same pattern is there. 1 forensic audit question and 1 anti-money laundering question. 7 marks. So 14 marks are from this particular section D. Okay, and MCQ 2. So if you want to take, you can take it as 16 marks or 18 marks from this particular unit. Now, I hope you understood what is forensic audit. So first of all, first and foremost, whatever the question is from forensic audit or from anti-money laundering. If it is from anti-money laundering, you have to write the definition of anti-money laundering. And when if it is from forensic audit, you have to write what does forensic audit mean. We doesn't have a proper definition which is given in our material. But yes, there is something which is, you have to write it as a meaning. What does it mean by forensic audit? You have to definitely write it. That should be a first point in the examination. So let's start with the first question. First question, it's a smart question. Okay. Sujesh, thank you ma'am for the clarification. You're welcome, Sujesh. Now, smart question number 1. Discuss the fundamentals of forensic audit. Now, what does it mean by forensic audit? Why we have something called as forensic audit? First, forensic audit is nothing but, it is an examination of financial transactions. Nothing but whatever financial statements are there. For that, we are going for an examination. And why we are doing that examination? Not to detect whatever the entries which are made in the financial statements are true or not. No, we are not going to check about the fairness of the financial statements. We are doing the examination to detect the fraud, to detect whether if there is any misappropriation, to detect if there are any other financial crimes have been happened. And this will be used in the legal proceedings. Whatever the report of forensic audit is there, we can use it as an evidence in the court of law to prove that there is a fraud which is happening, or there is a misappropriation, or there is a financial crime. To provide evidence for the civil or criminal cases. I hope it is clear. So this point you have to definitely write it in the examination. It is the examination of a financial statements to detect about the fraud, misappropriation, or any other financial crimes, which can be used in the legal proceedings as a evidence for civil or criminal cases. I hope it is clear. Bhagwan, hi madam, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Now, what are the objectives of forensic audit? Why we are going for something of a forensic audit? To detect and prevent fraud. The main motto or the objective in behind doing forensic audit is to detect fraud and to prevent it to happen in the future upcoming years or future in the future to not to happen any kind of fraud. We are going for a forensic audit. Good afternoon, Murugan. Detection and prevention of fraud, and then provide a detailed report to support legal action against the fraudsters, so that we'll have some kind of evidence to prove it in the court of law. To provide a detailed report to support legal actions against the fraudsters and quantify the financial loss caused by the fraud, to know how much fraud has been done and to know what is the bearing of that particular fraudulent person, to quantify how much financial loss have been occurred because of that particular fraud. गौरव, tomorrow भी class है क्या मैडम? नहीं, आज ही last class है. Check if companies follow laws like Companies Act 2013, Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002, and etc. to verify whether all the laws which are there, whether each and every law is being complied or not. Locate misappropriated of funds and undisclosed transactions, whether if there are any misappropriated funds or whether if there are any undisclosed transactions. To know about that, we are going for a forensic audit. So these are the main objectives behind going for a forensic audit. What are the objectives? First, to detect and to prevent it from a fraud. Second, to gather the evidence which can be used in the court of law against the fraudsters. Third, to identify what is the financial loss suffered by the fraudster to whoever the claimant is. And then fourth, to check if companies are following Companies Act 2013 and Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002. And then to locate about the misappropriated funds and whether there are any undisclosed transactions. So these are the objectives of forensic audit. I hope it is clear. Next, application of forensic audit. When we can go for a forensic audit? First, if there are any corporate fraud investigation, nothing but detecting of financial statements fraud. If there are any financial statements misappropriation, if any entry has been done as a wrong, if any standard wantedly to manipulate the accounts, if they have done any manipulation in the accounts. So all these will come under the financial statements fraud. So in case of corporate fraud investigation, we can go for forensic audit. Or else, if to prove any bribery and corruption cases, to identify illegal payments and kickbacks, we can go for forensic audit. Or in case of money laundering detection, uncovering suspicious transactions, we can go for forensic audit. Or else cyber fraud investigation, to analyzing the digital fraud, which is online banking. In the case of cryptocurrencies, if there are any crime happening, to know that also we can initiate forensic audit. Or in case of litigation support, when there are any merger, when there are any amalgamation happening, when the company is getting into bankruptcy, when between the company, whether if there are any divorces happening, in all these cases, if there is any litigation, it is being fined inside any of these cases, then we can initiate forensic audit. I hope it is clear. Application of forensic audit. When we can go for it? Either in case of corporate fraud investigation, or in case of bribery and corruption, or in case of money laundering detection, or in case of cyber fraud, or in case of litigation support. So all these are nothing but the initiatives of forensic audit. Whenever any of this is happening inside the entity, we can go for forensic audit. The company can initiate for a forensic audit. I hope it is clear. So these are the fundamentals of forensic audit. I hope it is clear. AJ, good afternoon, ma'am. Looking charming every time. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, I hope whatever we have discussed as an introduction to the forensic audit, it is clear to you. Now, coming to the next smart question 2. Write down the similarities and differences between audit and forensic audit. How the audit is different from forensic audit. As I've already told you, why we are doing any kind of audit. Any kind of audit. Either it could be financial audit, either it could be cost audit, either it could be statutory audit. What is the purpose of doing that particular audit? Because of a statutory compliance in the law. Anywhere in the law, it has been stated that you have to maintain this kind of records and you have to go for a audit. And to know about the financial statements, whether everything is being followed or not, to know about that, we are doing the different kinds of audits. But here in forensic audit, we are not doing to check about the accounts. We are not doing to check about the records, but to detect any fraud is being happened or not, and to prevent it from happening in the future years. And also not only to detect the fraud, but also to gather the evidence which can be used in the court of law to prove that the fraud has been committed. So this is the main difference between the other audit and a forensic audit. I hope it is clear. Similarities between audit and forensic audit. What are the similarities first? First, objective. Both aim to examine the financial records to ensure accuracy and compliance. Here also in forensic audit, we will check about the compliance. As you can see here, one of the objective is to check if the companies are following or the entities are following Companies Act 2013 and also PMLA and also any other law which is applicable for that particular entity. We will also check the compliance as well in forensic audit. So, one of the similarity between audit and forensic audit is that to examine financial records to ensure accuracy and compliance. Ahmed, all three CA, CS, CMA are eligible to do forensic audit. Yes, all three are eligible to do forensic audit. Other than CA, CS, CMA also there are some other who are eligible to become a forensic audit. When we are moving to that particular topic, I'll let you know, Ahmed. Yes, you're right. CA, CS, CMA, they are eligible to become a forensic auditor. Next, what is the next similarity? Next is use of standards. Follow accounting and auditing standards. In this also, the auditor will follow both the accounting as well as the auditing standards. Next, detection of errors. Identify misstatements, errors or financial irregularities. Even when we are doing the audit, like financial audit, in that financial audit also, we will try to identify whether there is any error. We'll try to identify whether there is any misstatement and also financial irregularities. The same thing will be done in the forensic audit as well. The next is examination process. How the examination will be done by using the documents. It involves documentation review. It will involve document verification and analysis of financial data. Even in forensic audit, we will do the document verification, document review and financial data verification. Next is independence. Both require auditors to be objective and independent. Even in financial audit, the auditor should be an independent person. Even in forensic audit, the auditor should be independent person. So these are the similarities between other audit and forensic audit. Now coming to the differences between other audit and a forensic audit. First, what is the main purpose of the other audits? To ensure financial statements are accurate and complying with the regulations, whether whatever which is there in the financial information, whether it is true and fair or not, whether all the rules, the regulations or the what we call it as law, is everything being complied or not? To know about that, we'll go for other audits. Now coming to forensic audit, what is the main reason for going for a forensic audit? It investigates fraud, financial crime and disputes. To know whether any fraud has been committed by checking the documents is nothing but going for a forensic audit. Next, what is the scope? What is the coverage of the other audits? General review of financial records for accuracy and compliance. We will just check whether everything is accurate, whether everything is complied or not. That is the scope. We will not go as an investigator, will not go as a detective when we are going for a financial auditor. No. But here in forensic audit, in-depth investigation of suspected fraud or financial irregularities. The head of audit, the head of other audits is nothing but a forensic audit. In this forensic audit, the forensic auditor will go a step ahead and check who are the fraudsters involved, how they have come up with this particular fraud, from which period this fraud is being happening, and how much financial loss has been suffered by the entity. Regarding all these things, the financial auditor will do the analysis, and then he will prepare a report, and then he will submit that report in the court of law, and also at last he will provide the suggestions to the entity to prevent like this kind of frauds to happen in the future. All this will be done in the forensic audit. So it is not just to check the accuracy or compliance, but to go in ahead and do the investigation and to provide as an evidence. I hope it is clear. Next, what is the approach of the other audits? It is nothing but a routine and a periodic examination of financial statements. Annually we'll go for an audit. Now coming to forensic audit, it is conducted only when fraud or misconduct is suspected. You have to majorly write this particular term. Whenever forensic audit will be initiated, the forensic audit will be initiated if the management is having a doubt or a suspicion that some kind of fraud or any misappropriation has been done in financial records. So if there is any suspicion, if there is any doubt, then they will start a forensic audit. And where the forensic audit will end, when the investigation is completed, the forensic audit will end. So it will start with a suspicion or doubt, and it will end with the investigation procedures. I hope it is clear. Now, what is the legal reliance? Used for financial reporting and regulatory compliance. This audit is basically used for a financial reporting and also regulatory compliance. Whereas forensic audit, the findings which are there in the forensic audit can be used as an evidence in the court of law, or as a legal actions. We can use this as an evidence. Next, reporting. What is the other audit? Other audit provides an opinion on the financial statements, whether everything is true or not, whether everything has been complied or not. To just give an opinion on financial statements, the other audits will be helpful. Whereas forensic audit, it includes a detailed evidence and findings for legal or for the management action. I hope it is clear. So these are the differences between other audit and a forensic audit. I hope whatever we have discussed so far, it is clear. Whatever we have discussed so far, is it clear? What does it mean by forensic audit? When forensic audit will be conducted? What are the objectives of forensic audit? How the forensic audit is similar with the other audits, and how the forensic audit is differentiated from the other audits. So far, is it clear? Radhika, thank you very much for the marathon session, ma'am. Thank you, Radhika. You're welcome. Are you the Radhika who's known by me? Haridev, clear ma'am. Sujesh, clear ma'am. Pujita, clear ma'am. Hamad, clear. Manuteja, clear. Kirti Kumar, yes ma'am. Murugan, yes, clear. Rajat, clear. Okay, done. Now, we're moving on to the next question, which is super question number 1. Now, what is the super question number 1? In a company, the management on the source information is of a view that there is an embezzlement of cash receipts. As a forensic auditor, how would you proceed to verify? Which means after having a suspicion that some kind of embezzlement of cash has been happened inside the entity, then how the forensic auditor will initiate that particular case, how the investigation will be done. Or else the question can be tested like this. Discuss the 9 steps involved in the investigation methodology of a forensic auditor. Now, before moving on to this, I'll give you clarity on something. Now, coming to forensic audit. Now, as we have already discussed, what are the common areas of forensic audit? When forensic audit can be initiated? Either in case of asset misappropriation, financial statements fraud, or corruption. As there is here in the already we have discussed here, but it is in detailed way to make you understand more. Now, here in this question, we are learning about embezzlement of cash. Now, so when can forensic audit be initiated? In case of asset misappropriation. In asset misappropriation, what all will be there? Either a cash theft, use company's funds for fraudulent payments, billing frauds, which means supplier is not there, but in the books of accounts we have created a fictitious supplier, no goods are there, but we have recorded that some kind of X amount has been paid to that particular supplier. No goods are there, but it is a fictitious supplier. Where did that money go? To the fraudulent person. Similarly, payroll frauds, which means employer is not there, ghost employee. Theft of inventory from the company, misuse of assets, all these are asset misappropriations. Whereas coming to the next, either it can be financial statements fraud. What are financial statements fraud? Financial fraudulent reporting or material misstatements fraud, which means whatever the material information is there, willfully they are misstating the material information, which means they're changing the material information. Next, deliberately falsifying or omitting the information, which is very much important. Misapplication of standards. All these are financial statements fraud. Or else, in case of corruption, also the forensic audit can be initiated. Now, what does corruption we know? We know only one kind of corruption, but in forensic audit we have three kinds of corruption. Either it can be conflict of interest, either it can be extortion, either it can be bribery. Now, what does it mean by bribery? Money or something else of value is offered in order to influence a situation, which means whoever the person is there, he willfully is offering the money or something in a kind as a value to influence the decision which is happening. I am paying something to Mr. Ahmed to do me some kind of work. I am bribing Mr. Ahmed. So it is called as giving a bribery. So in this case, it is called as a bribery. Now, the exact opposite is the extortion. If Mr. Ahmed is calling me, he is manipulating me, he is giving me a threatening calls and asking me to pay some money, then it is called as an extortion. Ahmed, I'm really sorry, you're not that kind of person. This is just for an example. Don't take it to the heart. Okay. Now, if he is demanding money or he is making any threatening calls as a caution or a threat that he's telling that he'll kill me, he'll kill my family and all, which we see in the movies. If that kind of is happening, it is called as an extortion. Or else it can happen as a conflict of interest, which means individuals will make a decision that will benefit personal interest over the company's interest, which means whoever the employee who is working inside the entity, he will do some kind of fraudulent work, which means he will sell the confidential information to the competitive industries so that he will get the benefit. Now, whatever the interest which is there with the individual is conflicting with the interest of the entity. For money, he is selling some kind of confidential information of a company to the competitive entity. Now, in this case, there is a conflict of interest. So, in all these cases, if there is a suspicion or doubt of any of this is happening, then the management can initiate forensic audit. I hope it is clear. Now, how forensic audit can be conducted? We can have an investigation methodology. So, we have a 5-step investigation methodology of initiating a forensic audit. Now, what is this 5-step of investigation methodology? First, accepting the investigation. Second, planning the investigation. Third, gathering of evidence. Fourth, reporting. And fifth is court proceedings. I hope it is clear. Now, what is the first one is accepting the investigation. Whoever the person who is going to conduct a forensic audit, either the forensic audit will be assigned to an independent firm or a group of investigators. One person cannot come and do the entire investigation. No, even if you watch the CID series, there will be 10 people who is there in that particular crew. They will come and do the investigation. Even a police officer, one single person, as we see in the movies, one hero will be there. He will solve the entire case. That will not happen in the reality. We will have a team of investigators. Each and every one will work in the coordination and then that particular case will be solved. Right. So, The forensic audit can be assigned to an independent firm or a group of investigators to conduct unbiased or truthful investigation. Why the forensic audit is being given to an independent firm? So that they are not at all related to the entity. They will not give the opinion. They will not do the investigation on the favor of company. So there will be an unbiased and truthful investigation. Now, when the forensic audit team, whoever the forensic auditor is there, when they have to accept the investigation, first step, firstly they have to determine whether they are having the necessary tools, skills and expertise to go forward with the investigation, which means firstly they have to analyze themselves. Okay, in this particular company there is some kind of fraud which is happening. If we are taking up that particular case, are we having proper tools and techniques? Are the team capable of going and finding out that particular case? Will we do justice for that case? Will we be able to gather the evidence which can be used in the court of law? That analysis have to be firstly done by the forensic audit team. The investigation team have to analyze about the skills and techniques which they are having first. They have to determine whether they have necessary tools, skills and expertise to go forward with the investigation. Do the assessment for own training and knowledge of fraud detection, whether they have own training, whether they have own knowledge to go and detect the fraud which is happening. They have to do the assessment. If they are satisfied, if they are confident enough that they will get into the company, they'll find out what fraud has been happened, they will be able to gather the evidence and use it in the court of law. If they are satisfied with that, then they will go ahead and accept the investigation. So this is one of the major first step of forensic auditors, which means assessment of own skills and techniques and knowledge. After that only they will go for accepting the investigation. This is step number 1. I hope it is clear. Mustu. Ma'am, your class is awesome. Ma'am, where can I get Super 50 PDF? It is available in the Telegram channel. Namrata, ma'am, आपने आज के और कल के नोट्स तो शेयर ही नहीं किया सेपरेट वाले. Oh, sorry Namrata, I forgot about it. I'm really sorry, Nana. After this class, I'll share it. Okay, now I can't do it. I'll share it. So far, what you can do, you can see the notes which is shared. Separate वाला तो नहीं share हुआ, पर combined वाला तो share हुआ ना. उससे आप ये class देख लो. Class के बाद मैं sure send कर दूँगी. ठीक है? Titan Telegram group. Yes, Titan. Thank you for helping. Namrata. अरे नहीं, मैंने Xerox किया था ऑलरेडी कल के. हाँ, मुझे समझ में आया नम्रता, मैं शेयर कर दूंगी. आज क्लास के बाद मैं शेयर कर दूंगी. ओके, ठीक है, डन. Now, the first step in investigation methodology is accepting the investigation. Now, second is planning the investigation. How the plan will be started first? They will assess what is the goal of conducting the audit. Now, in that particular goal, there are many things. First, they will decide for what purpose they are doing the audit, what they are going to do the assessment for, what they are going to collect the evidence, whether they are doing the audit for cash theft, whether they are doing to identify whether there are any billing frauds, whether they are doing it for financial statements, whether they are doing it for corruption. What is the goal of audit? Now, this particular goal, whatever is there, this might change afterwards also. When the audit is happening, this might change also. But at the start, they have to decide what is the goal. Ascertain the goal of audit being conducted. Next, determine procedure to achieve it. Ma'am, can you forward it in channel? I didn't find it in Telegram channel. Okay, done. Kunwar, first time watching, really, you're awesome, ma'am. Thank you so much. Guys, anyone, if you're there, please share it again. Yeah, it is there in the pinned comment. Even though, please go to the Telegram channel and share it again, the PDF, so that the other students can be helpful. Then first we have to determine what is the goal. Next, determine the procedure procedure to achieve it. How we are going to gather the evidence, how the forensic audit team are going to do the verification. Regarding that, you will determine the procedure, and we will use effective tools and techniques to decide about the fraud. Now, in this entire procedure, what all will be there? First, we will identify the type of fraud, whether it is financial fraud or non-financial fraud, which means it is any kind of corruption or any kind of what we say, some kind of in case of merger, in case of amalgamation, at what circumstances we are going for a forensic audit, and it is what kind of fraud. It is a financial fraud or a non-financial fraud. We will do the assessment about it. Next, identify the fraudsters involved. We will not at the start itself, we will decide that this is a fraudulent person, this is a fraudulent person, but no, we will have a suspicion on that particular cases, as we call them as a accused number 1, accused number 2. Now we are not telling that he is the one who has been the accused, but we have some doubt on him. Next, how long it's been operating. Do the assessment of how long it is being operating and how fraud has been concealed, how the management has got the suspicion that there is some kind of fraud is happening. Next, financial loss suffered by the client. Ma'am, this question is not added in the PDF, right? I've added all the questions. Whatever it is there in this PDF, I have added everything. Financial loss suffered by the client. Gather evidence to proceed in the court. Whatever gathered is required to be used in the court of law, that, and then provide advice to prevent reoccurrence of the fraud. So this will be the entire procedure. Procedure is nothing but from the start to the end of audit. What all will be done? You will decide priorly itself. You will plan priorly itself. So planning from the start to the end at the beginning is called the procedure. So all this will be done in the second step, planning the investigation. I hope it is clear. Now next, gathering of evidence. In gathering of evidence, what all the audit team can do? Firstly, they can review the public documents and they can conduct background investigation or checks, and then conduct detailed interviews, gather information from a trustworthy sources, conducting surveillance, going undercover, analyzing financial statements, and analyzing whatever evidence which is gathered. Regarding this, I have a question in my material. I'll explain it very clearly. Okay, in evidence gathering, the audit team can use all these techniques. And then after gathering of evidence, they'll go for reporting. Now, who will do the reporting? After investigation and gathering of evidence, investigation team have to submit the report to the management. And in that report, what all will be there? Findings of the investigation. Whatever investigation is done, from that, what are the findings? And then summary of the evidence collected. Conclusions about the loss suffered by the fraud. How fraud was planned and how it is concealed or unfolded. Next, whole trail of events, suggestions to prevent the fraud in the future. All this will be part of the report of forensic audit team members. I hope it is clear. After that, finally, what will happen? Court proceedings. Auditors will be called to jurisdictional court and to lay down facts and findings as easily understandable. I hope it is clear. So this is the 5-step investigation methodology of forensic audit. What are the 5 steps? First step is accepting the investigation. Second step, planning the investigation. Third step, gathering of evidence. Fourth step, reporting. Fifth step is court proceedings. I hope it is clear. This is the investigation methodology. Now, along with this investigation methodology, we have a 9-step procedure of fact finding. What does it call as? 9-step procedure for fact finding. That question is being tested here. Now, if many students usually ask me if the question is only about the investigation methodology of forensic audit. What is it that? The question is only about the investigation methodology of forensic audit. Then you will write this particular answer. You will write there are 5 steps in investigation methodology, which are accepting, planning, gathering, reporting, and court proceedings. with the details which are there, clean and cut, crystal clear. Include all the points and write it elaborative answer. I hope it is clear. But if the question is asked about the 9 steps involved in the investigation methodology of a forensic audit, if clearly in the question it is asked about the 9-step procedure of fact finding or 9 steps of investigation methodology, then your answer will be this. Now what is this? We'll see the same but an elaborative thing. Okay. The forensic audit investigation is the utilization of specialized investigation skills to conduct the forensic audit engagement in such a manner that the outcome can be presented in the court of law as an evidence. So what is the investigation of forensic audit? It is nothing but the utilization of investigation skills to have the evidence gathered and to use it in the court of law. The auditor should use an approach considering both the aspects of whether the fraud could have occurred, whether the fraud could not have occurred. Always the auditor should be in such a state of mind that the fraud might have happened, the fraud might not have happened. Now, how the forensic audit is being initiated? Based on a suspicion or based on a doubt. Now, what does it mean by doubt? It is nothing but our own intuition. One single person who is there as a management. That management's intuition is telling that some kind of fraud has happened. There is some kind of suspicion or the doubt is there that some kind of misappropriation has happened. Someone is there in the office who is doing a golmaal. So there is some kind of suspicion. Based on suspicion only, forensic audit is being initiated. Now, when there is a suspicion, the suspicion might be true or might be wrong as well. It is just a based on some different mindsets or all also, the suspicion might arise. So when forensic auditor have started the audit, he should have a neutral perspective. He should not start the investigation stating that compulsory there is a fraud which is happening inside the entity. No, he should be in a neutral mindset. There might be fraud which has happened or there might be fraud which is not has happened. I hope it is clear. Next, with this approach, the forensic auditors will be able to bring the reality closer to the general public. An auditor can follow a multi-step method for fact finding in case of forensic audit engagement. Whistleblower. Whistleblower is a different concept, Nana. Whistleblower is a different concept. Whistleblower is a person who is an employee of the organization and he is going to the management of reporting about something in a good intention to save the company or to make the company proud. In a good intention towards the company, he is going to the management and reporting something. He is called as a whistleblower. But here management is having a suspicion and they are initiating a forensic audit. Both are different. With this approach, the forensic auditors will be able to bring the reality closer to the general public. An auditor can follow a multi-step method for fact finding. So this is a 9-step fact finding or 9-step of investigation methodology. I hope it is clear. Now what are those 9 steps? First, accept the forensic audit engagement. I hope it is clear. The same thing whatever we have seen in 5 steps, elaboratively will be 9 steps. Okay. First step, accept the forensic audit engagement. Second step, evaluate the allegation or suspicion. Think whatever is being told by the management. Now, whether that management suspicion is right or not right. Do the evaluation about it. Evaluate the allegation or suspicion. Next, conduct due diligence background notes. Create your own background notes about the company, about the procedures, about the process, about the competitors, about the people working in the organization. Complete in and out, internal as well as external factors. Do a complete background verification. Next, complete the preliminary stage of investigation. First, in the preliminary stage of investigation, first you will assess whether you have the capabilities of going and finding out whether the fraud has been committed or not. You will check about your capabilities and competencies. And then after that, whatever the appointment letter is there, whatever your scope of work is there, whatever the entity is there, regarding all these things you will do the investigation. So you will complete the preliminary stage of investigation and then check the prediction, assuming that there is a litigation. Assume that there is something fraud has been happened. Based on that, you will start the investigation. Then begin with the external investigations. What you will go undercover. You will do the verification of public documents. You will gather the information from the other sources, outside sources. That is nothing but external investigation. After that, completely gathering all proofs and evidences, prepare a report on findings. At last, court proceedings. I hope it is clear. So this is the 9th step of fact finding. What are the 9 steps? First, accept the forensic audit engagement. Second, evaluate the allegation or suspicion. Third, conduct due diligence background notes. Fourth, complete the preliminary stage of investigation. Fifth, check the prediction, assuming that there is a litigation. Sixth, begin with the external investigations. Seventh, gathering the required proofs and evidence. Eighth, report on findings. And ninth is court proceedings. I hope it is clear. Radhika madam, I hope you will make us available your handwritten also. Yes, Radhika, sure. Whatever concept book, workbook and handwritten notes, 3 soft copies will be made available at a very nominal price. Yes, at a very nominal price. I'll try to bring it as a soft copy because just few days are left for the examination. I'll make it available by today night or tomorrow. I hope it is clear. So this is the 9th step of fact finding or investigation methodology. Whatever we have discussed, I hope it is clear. Now, along with that only, it is nothing but a continuation. Super question number 2. Explain the investigation techniques used in the forensic audit or forensic accounting. Now, when we were discussing in the 5 steps or in the 9 steps, there is one point which is gathering of evidence. Gathering of evidence. Now, in my capsule, when I was explaining about the gathering of evidence, there are some kind of techniques which are used in gathering of evidence. Now, those techniques we are going to learn in detail in this particular answer. I hope it is clear. Now, what are the techniques which are used in the investigation? There are several techniques for conducting a forensic review of a business. The ones provided below are the generic but effective. These are the forensic techniques that apply to almost all the companies. Now, how forensic audit will be conducted? First, reviewing of public documents and conducting background checks. Publicly available documents are examined as they are easily accessible. What all documents which are available to public? All those have been taken and being verified by the auditor. This includes public databases, corporate records, regulatory filings, and any legally available online information. After that, detailed background checks help understand the company's past business dealings, history, and risk profile. So, to know about the past dealings, to know about the legality filings, to know about the history, risk profile, we'll go for reviewing of public documents and we'll go for background verification. Titan ma'am and inform capsule available. Yes, done. I'll share the link in the Telegram channel. After reviewing public documents, we will go for conducting detailed interviews. Interviews are vital technique to obtain the additional information and to uncover the facts that documents may not reveal. Even in document, there might not be an information. But when the person is going for interview, we will get an additional information as well. A well-planned interview can turn even an unwilling person into a useful information source, which means one person will be there in the organization who is unwilling to let know about the information. He knows the information, but he will be like, no, I'll not tell anyone. Even that kind of person may by any chance tell out that information if it is a well-planned interview. Next, the interviewer must carefully assess the situation, prepare appropriate questions, analyze responses, and understand the bigger picture to determine the magnitude of fraud and parties involved. So whoever the interviewer is there, he should be very sharp. He should be very well versed with the interviewing. He have to prepare very well before the interviewing so that he will gather almost all the evidence from the people who are there. So second is conducting detailed interviews. Third, gathering of information from a trustworthy source. Now, what does it mean by gathering information from a trustworthy source? Confidential and reliable sources can provide crucial insights in an investigation. Whenever the investigator is collecting the information, he should make sure that the information is confidential and also it is a reliable source. See, for example, now we will take three people from the chat box. Now, whoever it is, we will take linely Bhanu. Bhanu is there, Radhika is there, and Titan is there. Okay, we have three people. Now, assume that Titan is an investigating officer. Titan is an investigating officer, and Radhika is a fraudulent person. I'm sorry, Radhika, I'm not making you as a fraud, but assuming it for an example, Radhika is a fraudulent person and Bhanu is a very, very close friend of Radhika. Okay, now what's happening here is Titan is firstly going with an investigation or firstly going for evidence gathering from Bhanu. He's going and interviewing Bhanu. Okay, now what Bhanu is trying to convey is Titan is asking about Radhika because Titan has some kind of suspicion on Radhika already. He is assuming that she is one of the accused in the fraudulent matters. Now what Titan is going to Bhanu and asking whether is any relation of Radhika or any activity of Radhika made Bhanu think that she is a fraudulent person. Now how is the body language of Radhika or how Radhika will be there in the organization, what all she'll do, what kind of work she'll do. Regarding all the information, Titan is trying to collect from Bhanu. Now, what's happening is Bhanu is trying to manipulate the investigator itself. What he is trying to convey, he is trying to convey all the good things about the Radhika. He is manipulating the mind. He is telling that no, sir, Radhika is very good girl. She is not a fraudulent person. She'll do that. She's very innocent girl. She'll not even talk with many people inside the organization. He's trying to convey, which is not even true to the Titan. Now, if Titan is not well versed with the interviewing techniques, then what will happen? Titan will start believing, which means the investigator will start believing the manipulations which are done by an employee. Now, if that's the case, will the entire procedure will be an independent procedure? Will that be unbiased procedure? The answer is no. So, whenever the information is being gathered by the investigator, he should be well versed and he should know whether it is a reliable information. He should always collect the information from a trustworthy sources. Only then he has to move on with the proceedings. Confidential and reliable sources can provide crucial insights in an investigation. The identifier of such information must be safeguarded at all the times. He should safeguard whatever information which is gathered. Forensic accountants aim to build a strong network of confidential sources, which helps in arriving at more accurate and reliable conclusion. Always the forensic accountants will have a strong network of confidential sources. They even will not let the people know that he is one of the spy who is there. Now, from the officers team itself, one spy is there. If you like to watch spy movies, some CID kind of things, you will understand. Okay, from police officer team, one spy will be there in the Gundas team. So like that, they have to try to collect the information. So this is how gathering of information will be done. Next, analyze whatever the evidence is gathered. Proper evaluation of collected evidence will help to identify the guilty party. Analysis reveals the extent and the method of fraud and assess the company's vulnerability to future scams. So by whatever evidence gathered, by reviewing that evidence, we will understand what is the method of fraud, and through that we will try to prevent it to happening in the future. It assists management in strengthening internal controls and implementing the preventive measures. By looking into and analyzing the whatever evidence gathered, the company will strengthen the internal controls and prevent it from happening in the future. Next, conducting surveillance. Surveillance may be physical or electronic. It involves monitoring emails, messages, movements, or activities to detect the suspicious behavior. It is considered as conventional but effective method for uncovering fraud patterns. So whenever the fraud is being there, the fraud is happening, the first and foremost will be the surveillance. It is an effective technique which is used by the investigation team members. Next is going undercover. Now, how to go undercover? In movies, in comic movies, like in comedy movies, you'll see one sticker, the person will take one big bottu like thing, he'll place it here, he's undercover. No one will identify him. He's completely changed his face, he's completely changed his behavior, everything is changed with just a sticker in his face. Now, if some dumb people are there, we'll believe it. Like that, undercovering? No. Undercover means this is an extreme method used only as a last resort. Mostly the investigating team will not use something as an undercover. They'll go for a surveillance rather than going for an undercover. But even with surveillance, if the information is not being gathered, then they will go for undercover. It requires trained professionals who can operate covertly without altering the offenders, which means mostly it will happen as a cover operation. Like how the cover operation will be there, the investigators will go on mufti. Like a common people, they'll go and they'll follow that particular fraudulent person and they'll try to collect the information. Mr. Ahmad, Doraemon gadgets. If Doraemon is there, we would have taken his gadgets for what we say. What is that? Invisible, to become invisible. Murugan. Okay. Now, next. So, going undercover means it is being done by trained professionals who can operate covertly without altering the offenders. Even a minor mistake can expose the investigation and allow the culprit to escape. So, they have to be very well sure that the whoever the suspected individual is there, he should not identify that this person is following, that this person is being in undercover. Next, analyzing the financial statements. Financial statement analysis is one of the strongest tools for detecting fraud. All key financial activities are summarized in the statements and anomalies can identify manipulation or misappropriation. So, whoever the investigating team is there, if they are well versed, if they know about the financial statements, then they'll easily identify whether there is any fraud which is there in the records. Ratio analysis, trend analysis, and red flag indicators help to identify the fraudulent activities. Discuss the need for forensic accountants. We'll see that in the next thing. Okay. So, all these are the what? Techniques for using a forensic accounting. So, when gathering of evidence is being happened in the proceedings of forensic audit, the evidence will be gathered either by going and reviewing public documents, either by conducting detailed interviews, or by collecting the information from a trustworthy source, or by gathering of evidence, conducting surveillance, going undercover, or analyzing financial statements. I hope it is clear. So far, whatever is discussed, is it clear? Guys, Sujesh, Sherlock Holmes, yes, exactly. The work which is done by forensic audit is Sherlock Holmes. They'll try to uncover the fraud. Titan, Ardhamaind ma'am. What about others? Is it clear? So far, whatever we have discussed, is it clear? Banu Teja, clear ma'am. Thank you, Banu. Sujesh, yes ma'am. Rajat, crystal clear. Thank you, Rajat. Now, we're moving on to the next, which is super question number 3. What is the need for forensic audit? Explain the need for forensic audit procedures. Why we have to go for a forensic audit? What is the need of it? Ahmad, clear with the start. Thank you, Ahmad. Balu, clear, ma'am. Thank you. Kunwar. Singh. I'll call you as Singh. Singh. Clear? Muskan. Yes, ma'am. Kirti Kumar. Yes, ma'am. All clear. Nivedini. Clear. Okay, done. Now, next, moving on to the next. What is the need of forensic audit? Explain the need for forensic audit procedures. Why we have to go for forensic audit? First, forensic auditing is a significant in dealing with the early warning signals of fraud. Now, what does it mean by forensic audit? Forensic audit will start with a suspicion, which means when we are just having a suspicion, we are initiating a forensic audit so that even if fraud is there, we'll try to catch that particular fraud. We'll try to prevent it from having a bigger loss. The loss will be suffered. Even if it is a small kind of fraud, the loss is already suffered. But it will help us to stop the fraud and it will help us to go for a deeper verification. It will help us to prevent it in the future as well. So we can call this forensic audit procedures as an early warning signal of fraud. Thus, there are few instances on the occurrences of which the entity should direct for a forensic audit. So either it can be an early warning signal of fraud, or because of happenings of this, the forensic audit can be initiated, which means even with a suspicion or after happening of this, the forensic audit can be initiated. What are those? First, theft of business information, or where business systems have been hacked. When business systems are hacked, or if any confidential information has been stolen, in that case also forensic audit can be initiated. Next, two, whatever the issues identified by the whistleblower. As one of the student told, if any issues have been identified by the whistleblower and those have been conveyed to the management, to know about those issues as well, the management can initiate forensic audit. And then reconciliations resulted in unidentified material differences. If reconciliation is done and reconciliation has gave us the differences, whatever it is there, either it could be in cash book, bank book, either it could be in cost accounts, financial accounts, whatever it is. The difference is unidentifiable, which means we are not being able to identify the reason behind the differences. In that case also forensic audit can be initiated. Suspicious of fraud or illegal activity. Turnover has occurred and the balances are showing negative results. In all these cases, forensic audit can be initiated. Now, what are the forensic audit procedures? Since the forensic audit is a more of investigation and collection of evidence, it is of a greater importance that the audit should be conducted with an attitude of professional skepticism. Now, what does it mean by professional skepticism? Always the auditor should have a doubtful mindset. Always he should be cautious with whatever is happening. Always he should have a questioning mindset. I hope it is clear. So, professional skepticism can be called as a questioning mindset, doubtful mindset, or being cautious and being negative at all the times. Whatever it is, even if it is possible, you'll think that no, it is not possible. There is some kind of wrong which is happening in that particular thing. So, as this is entirely related to investigation and collection of evidence, the auditor should always have an attitude of professional skepticism. Next, the fraudulent activities besides forensic data analysis and fraud investigation techniques, a tool which is called as a triangle, which we called as a fraud triangle. So, this is the one of the tool which will be used by the forensic auditor. Also are used for addressing the presence of three elements. So, in this fraud triangle, we have three common elements in detecting a fraud that are commonly used to any fraud being committed. So, we have one of the tool in forensic audit which is called as a fraud triangle. This fraud triangle will let us know about three common elements due to which the fraud can be committed. Now, what are the three common elements? First is called as an incentive. You can write it as an incentive or a motive. What does it mean by incentive? It is nothing but a motive that drives a person to commit a fraud, which means because of this particular reason, the person has committed a fraud. There is a motive behind something. The motive can be deceiving of other person. The motive can be not because of deceiving, but because of personal reasons. Anything can be a motive. Because of motive, the fraud has been committed. It is an incentive. Or else, it could be an attitude, which means the fraud has been committed. and the fraudulent person is justifying himself, an ability to rationalize fraudulent behavior. That is called as an aptitude. The third can be an opportunity, which means there is a chance of committing a fraud. Then who will be silent? There is a chance of committing a fraud, so they have committed a fraud. That enables a person to commit a fraud. So any kind of fraud it can be. The fraud can be happened only in these three cases. Either there is a motive, either there is a justification of doing it, either it could be an opportunity for doing it. So these are the three common elements of fraud which is there in fraud triangle: incentive, attitude, opportunity. So incentive can also be written as a motive, and attitude can also be written as a rationalization. Okay, whatever you want, you can write it down. Rajat, 72, last time, good teacher, CMA self-study. Thank you so much. Rajat, sometimes professional skepticism cause problem for auditor. Yes, sometimes, but when the forensic auditor is there, mostly they should have the mindset of, they should have the attitude of professional skepticism. Muskan, opportunity, pressure and rationalization. Yes, incentive can also be called as a pressure. Incentive can also be called as a motive. You can call any of these three things: opportunity, pressure, rationalization, or incentive, attitude, rationalization, or motive, attitude, rationalization. You can write any of these three things. Okay, I hope it is clear. So this is why there is a need for forensic audit. I hope it is clear. So far, whatever we have discussed, is it clear? Guys, so far whatever we have cleared is whatever we have discussed, is it clear? Guys, are you with me? Is it clear? Why no reply? Banu, clear, ma'am. Sujesh, yes, ma'am. Rajat, yes, clear, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Singh, yes, all clear. Titan, Adamind, ma'am. Namrata, yes, ma'am, clear. Okay, done. Now, super question number 4. Namrata, yes, Nivedini, clear. Okay, done. Now, super question number 4. Write a note explaining the meaning and definition of fraud under Companies Act 2013 as well as the Criminal Procedures Code 1973. Now, what does it mean by fraud? What is the definition of fraud? Fraud includes any act, omission, or concealment of a fact or abuse of position committed by any person with an intent to deceive or gain an undue advantage or to injure the company, its shareholders or creditors, regardless of whether there is a wrongful gain or loss. Either it can be a gain or either it can be a loss. We are not concerned about it. But if, what does it mean by a fraud? Either you are doing something, act, either you are not doing something, omission, or either it could be a concealment of fact, which means you know some bad has happened, even though you are trying to, hiding that particular fact. Either it can be act, either it can be omission, either it can be concealment of fact, or abuse of your position, abusing of dominant position. 4, any can be there, committed by any person. What is the intent of doing that? Either to deceive the other person, or to gain an undue advantage, or to injure the company, its shareholders or its creditors. To deceive someone, or to injure someone, or to have your own benefit. If you are doing something, if you are not doing something, if you are hiding something, any of these things, and it should be believed and relied upon by others. If all this have come together, then it is called as a fraud. In that case, either it could be a gain or loss for the fraudulent person. If it is gain or even if it is a loss, it is called as a fraud. I hope it is clear. So this will be the definition for fraud. Now, what is the punishment for fraud under section 447? Imprisonment will be 6 months to 10 years. Fine minimum equal to the fraudulent amount, or it can also go up to 3 times of the amount. Stricter penalty if fraud involves public interest. If fraud involves public interest, then there will be a stricter penalty. Just a moment. Okay. So this is about the fraud. Definition of fraud under Criminal Procedure Code 1973. The Criminal Procedure Code 1973 does not directly define fraud but deals with fraud related offences. Either it could be IPC, which we usually listen to many times in movies. IPC means cheating. Section 415. Ma'am, do we have to remember sections? Not needed. Fraudulently inducing another person to deliver property or deceive for financial gain. If you are doing some kind of fraud for financial gain or to deceive some other, then it is called as cheating. In that case, the punishment will be up to 7 years imprisonment and there could be fine as well. Or it can be forgery, making false documents with intent to defraud, up to 2 years imprisonment or fine. Or IPC, cheating and dishonest inducement of property. Dishonestly inducing someone to deliver property by deception, by threatening someone, by giving them a caution if you're trying to take the delivery of a property, then in that case the imprisonment can be up to 7 years. Or cognizable and non-bailable offences as well. Fraud related offences under Criminal Procedure Code are treated as a serious crimes requiring police investigation and a strict legal action. I hope it is clear. So this is about the fraud. Smart question 3. Discuss the elements of fraud and civil and criminal remedies available against it. Now, what are the elements of fraud? Either it can be an intentional misrepresentation, or it can be concealment of fact, it can be abuse of position, it can be inducement of another party, it can be done for financial loss or unjust gain, which means for your personal gain or for another person's financial loss. Whatever it is, any of these cases, it is a fraud. So all these are elements of fraud. What are the civil remedies in forensic audit cases? Civil actions are aimed at recovering losses and stopping the fraudulent activities. So here the main motto is to recover the financial loss. Rescission of fraudulent transactions. Contracts or deals based on fraud can be declared void by the court. Example, a bank can cancel a loan approved based on the forged financial statements. So here the main motto is to take back the loan amount, to take the financial loss which is suffered. Next, monetary damages. Victims can sue fraudsters for financial recovery of misappropriated funds. An investor defrauded in a Ponzi scheme can seek compensation. Next, court orders to stop fraud. Courts can order freezing of bank accounts and stopping fraudulent activities, stopping a company from issuing shares based on false financials. Or else it can be restitution of stolen assets. Fraudsters must return the illegal gained assets to the rightful owners. A company execute misusing funds must return the amount. So all these are civil remedies for a forensic audit. Either they can ask for rescission of fraudulent transaction, which means stopping of transaction. Either they can ask for monetary damages, or it can be done by a court order, or they can take back the return of the assets, whatever it is there. I hope it is clear. Now, what are the criminal remedies? Criminal actions focus on punishing the fraudsters and ensuring strict legal consequences, fine, imprisonment. Under Companies Act, Section 447, corporate fraud, covers financial statements fraud, misappropriation and insider trading. The imprisonment will be 6 months to 10 years and fine will be 1 time to 3 times of the fraud amount. Under PMLA, the fraud involving proceeds of crime is punishable by imprisonment 3 to 7 years plus fine if it is applicable. So this is the criminal remedies and these are the civil remedies of fraud. I hope it is clear. Is the concept of fraud clear? Now, smart question number 4. What are the various kinds of fraud? It can be corporate fraud, window dressing, falsification of accounts, insider trading. It can be financial fraud like Ponzi scheme, embezzlement, money laundering, credit card fraud. It can be cyber fraud like phishing, identity threat, hacking, online scams. It can be insurance fraud like fake accidents, exaggerated claims, false medical reports. It can be tax fraud like false deductions, under-reporting of income, creating fake invoices. It can be banking fraud like loan fraud, fake bank guarantees, ATM fraud, check fraud, investment fraud, pyramid schemes, pump and dump scams, fake securities, employee fraud, payroll fraud, asset misappropriation, data theft, or consumer fraud like fake products, warranty fraud, misleading advertisements, or it can be identity fraud, fake loan application, impersonation, synthetic identity fraud. So all these are various kinds of fraud. I hope it is clear. So this is the entire concept of fraud. So far whatever we have discussed, is it clear? Guys, so far whatever we have discussed, is it clear? Give me a thumbs up in the chat box if it is clear. Okay. I hope everything is clear so far. Thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, we're moving on to next. Red flags and green flags for fraud. Okay. What are red flags and green flags of fraud? Now, what does it mean by red flag? What do you call it as a red flag? Now, I guess many of you know about the red flag. Now, in the chat box without any delay, what does it mean by red flag? Whom do you call it as a red flag? If a person is there, social media is a red flag. We can't tell social media is completely red flag, but yeah, social media is green flag as well if you're using it properly. Now the class is happening in social media. You can't tell that. YouTube is also a social media. Kunwar, clear but difficult to remember and write in the exam. No, not really. Whatever it is there, if you're revising it once or twice, it's very easy. Rajat, GF, girlfriend is a red flag. Kunwar, cause for something. Toxic people, Sujesh, toxic people are red flag. Okay. Now, when you see something as a red flag, what do you call it as? It is nothing but an early warning signal, right or no? If you see some qualities of red flag in a person, then you have to take it as a sign of closing that particular person. Closing doesn't mean you have to kill it, but the relationship between you and that particular person have to be closing. Unnecessarily watching social media. Yeah, you're right. Defeat. Okay. Red flag is nothing but an early warning. See, for example, if you are going in a road and there is some kind of blockage in that particular road, there is some kind of dump which is there, or some kind of metro construction is happening there. Now, what's happening is, in that particular place, one flag will be there. Assume that there is a flag which is a red color cloth. So, what does that mean? There is some kind of blockage there, so you have to take the diversion from there, right? So, if red is there, it is nothing but a stopping sign for you. You have to stop that. Which means if you are crossing that red, something bad might happen. If you're crossing a red signal, what bad might happen? Challan might be there. Right? So similarly, some bad might happen if you're crossing a red. So similarly here also in forensic audit, we call some qualities as a red flags and some qualities as a green flags. Now if within the entity, either it could be in an employee, or either it could be in a management. If you are coming across any of these qualities, then it means there is some kind of bad which is happening in the entity. If you are not addressing right now, then the fraud might happen definitely. So you have to address it immediately. So it is nothing but a warning signal. Yes, Rajat, early warning signal. Red flags, nothing but warning signs of fraud. Red flags indicate potential fraud, manipulation, or financial irregularities requiring deeper investigation. What could be employee red flags? Lifestyle changes, sudden acquisition of luxury items like cars, jewelries, going for shopping, purchasing BMW, purchasing some big brands right after, immediately. If lifestyle is being changed, then there might be a chance of fraud has been committed. We are not telling that compulsory fraud has been committed. We are telling that it is a warning signal to go and do the investigation. There might be a chance of fraud which is being committed. Next, financial struggle, high personal debt or unpaid loans. Suddenly they are taking a loans, or suddenly they are telling that whatever loans are there, everything is being sorted out, or suddenly they are taking so many loans for doing some kind of work. In that case also, there might be a purchasing iPhone, Titan. We can't tell that purchasing iPhone is a lifestyle change. There might be a chance that it is hard-earned money. There might be a chance that it is a saving as well. But okay, there might be a chance of fraud as well. Investigation has to be done. Behavioral changes, anxiety, addiction, or fear of job losses. So suddenly they are becoming anxious. Always they are being in some kind of fear. Always they are thinking about something. Mind is being somewhere else. If they are being afraid of losing their job, all this will be behavioral changes. Next, high turnover, frequently resignations in finance sensitive departments. Suddenly in finance department only people are being resigned. They are taking resignations. What does that mean? They have done something fraudulent and are vacating from the office. So in that case also we have to do the investigation. Refusal to take leaves, avoiding vacations to conceal the fraud. Even the manager is coming and asking, "Arey Babu re, take the leave, go take rest, go for a vacation with your family, enjoy." No sir, no sir, no sir. Why I have to go for a vacation? I am so dedicated employee. I will stay here. I will work for the company. I'll make this company proud. I'll make this company to the highest company. All this blah blah shit. Don't believe them. So all these are employee red flags. Second, it can be management red flags as well. When we call it as a management red flag. First, overriding of internal controls. Now, what are internal controls? The policies and procedures which have been established inside the entity for smoother controls, for smoother working conditions. The policies and procedures will be brought inside the entity by the management itself. What are internal controls? Nothing but rules, nothing but safety measures which have been established by the management inside the company. Now, if they are itself overriding them, then it is a management red flag. Where are those managers? In what we say in dreams, in some imaginary world. In real life, no one will be like that. Go for a vacation. What vacation? Work. Complete your work. After that, go for a vacation. I want 15 days holidays for exams. Disregard for regulations, ignoring compliance requirements. They are not following the laws. They are not following the compliance requirements. Willfully, they are not following it. They are not taking the compliance requirements as seriously. Then it is a management red flag. Lack of policies, weak financial governance. They are not putting the rules and regulations stringently inside the organization. They are creating an opportunity inside the organization for happening a fraud. Management should be in such a position to put strict rules inside the organization. If they are not doing it, then they are providing the opportunity for others to do something as a fraud. In that case, it is a management red flag. Next, weak internal controls, poor segregation of duties. They are not so experienced enough. They are not segregating the duties properly. They doesn't have proper experience. They doesn't have proper what we say qualification to handle that position. In that case, it is a management red flag. Unqualified finance staff, hiring inexperienced personnel in key roles, which means they are appointing someone who is very near to them, even though if they are not experienced, even though if they doesn't have a qualification, just for committing some kind of fraud, they are bringing that person into the entity. So all this will be management red flags. I hope it is clear. Sing, I want leave. First submit the audit report, then you can take leave. Yes, first submit audit report. After that only you have to vacate your office. Before submitting, you can't vacate the office. Sing, I want leave. If I were your manager, I would have given your leave, but unfortunately, I'm not. So you have to convey this message to your manager. So, okay. So these are red flags, employee red flags and management red flags. Now, what do we call as green flags? These are transparent. They are very honest. They are very straightforward. Indicators of transparency and integrity. Green flags reflect strong financial controls and ethical business practices. What are employee green flags? Ethical conduct and policy adherence. They are working very ethically. They are following all the rules and regulations. Proper documentation and approvals. They are documenting everything properly. Before doing any kind of work, they are taking the approval from the management. Cooperation with forensic auditors. Whenever forensic auditors need their assistance, they are providing the assistance. Employees taking mandatory leaves and training. If mandatory leave is there, you have to take it. If you have a leave, take it. If work is not there, why to sit idle? Take it. And also training as well. Mandatory training, they are going it. All these are employee green flags. Next, management green flags. Strong internal controls and risk management. They are building strong internal controls. They are having a proper risk management. Regular audits with no major issues. They are going for regular audits, and also in the audits there are no major issues. Clear financial policies and transparency in leadership. Everything is being documented. Whatever the things which are there according to the compliances, they are following all the compliances. All these are management green flags. I hope it is clear. So these are the red flags and green flags of audit, or red flags or green flags of fraud. I hope it is clear. So far, whatever we have discussed, is it clear? Flags of fraud. Is it clear? Guys, are you there? Is it clear? Murugan clear, ma'am. Titan, ma'am. Mikfomunda, ma'am. No Titan. Sujesh, yes, ma'am. Titan, ma'am. Join అవుతాం తొందరలో పెడతారండి. పెట్టినప్పుడు పిలుస్తా. Kunwar, my CFO is very cool. I have to say this year CSK will win the IPL, then leave approve without asking anything. Wow, cool. Titan, అర్థమైంది మ్యామ్. Kunwar, clear మ్యామ్. Okay, done. I hope it is clear. Now, next. Super question number 6. Discuss the primary reasons why corporate fraud occurs using relevant corporate case studies to support your answer. So far we have seen about forensic audit. Then we have seen about fraud. And now we are moving into the corporate fraud. Corporate fraud or business fraud. Okay. When we call a fraud as a corporate fraud, as a business fraud, when illegal or unethical or deceptive action is being committed by a company or an individual in their capacity as an employee in the company, which means the person who is there in the company, if they are committing any illegal, unethical or deceptive action, or company itself is committing any illegal, unethical or deceptive action, then in that case it is called as a corporate fraud or business fraud. I hope it is clear. Why there is getting this disturbance? Okay. Now, corporate fraud involves illegal, unethical or deceptive actions committed by a company or individual in their capacity as an employee. What is the complexity? Corporate fraud schemes are often highly complex and challenging to detect, sometimes taking months for forensic accountings to unravel. Now, when fraud is happening, that to corporate fraud is happening, to detect that and to uncover that is a highly impossible thing, because whoever working inside the organization as an in the capacity of an employee, they'll not be so straightforward when they are doing a what we say fraud. They'll not tell everyone that, hello everyone, I am committing a fraud. If anyone is having guts, then come and catch me. No one will do that. They will commit the fraud so uh, pre-planned, well planned. They will they will take all the blueprints before them, and then only they will start committing a fraud. When they are doing a fraud with so much of pre-planned, that too within the company, being inside the company, the fraud is being committed. To uncover that, it is very complex. It is very highly complex for doing that. Next, scale of fraud. Large scale corporate frauds perpetrated by top executives can extend to billions of dollars. Mostly, this corporate frauds will not be done by a lower level people. No, it will done by a top level people, top executives who are will be there. They will only commit this kind of frauds. And when top executives commits a fraud, it will not be of an amount of 10 rupees or 10,000 rupees. No, it will be in billions. It will be in trillions as well. Who will be the victims of corporate fraud? Consumers, clients, creditors, investors, other businesses, and even the company itself and its employees. All of them will be the victims of corporate fraud. What are the consequences? When corporate fraud is discovered, the company may face severe financial ruin, often leading to the bankruptcy. Financial loss will also be suffered, and also they can lead to bankruptcy. Recovery challenges. Much of the money obtained through corporate fraud is often irrecoverable, because when corporate fraud happens, the fraud is being committed by a person. He will not take all the money, store in the locker. No, he will go to Bangkok, he'll go to some Dubai, Abu Dhabi, he'll do jalsa. He'll not store the money, he'll not, what we say, keep that money in a locker and just daily open the locker and see that money. No, he'll not. He'll try to make use of that money. He'll do all the enjoyments and luxury life, whatever he want, he'll do that. Now, when will we discover the fraud? After 10 years or 15 years only the fraud will come out. Now, in the 10-15 years, will the money be there? No. So, recovering of that money in case of corporate fraud cases is very difficult. Is very nominal. There aren't any cases like that. Much of the money obtained through corporate fraud is often irrecoverable, as it has been spent by the perpetrators long before the fraud is uncovered. I hope it is clear. So, this is about the corporate fraud. Now, what are the reasons why corporate fraud happens? Why business fraud is being happening? First, desire to attract or retain investors. Either to attract investors or to retain investors, the company will commit a fraud. What kind of fraud the company may commit? Whether if profits are even not there, they'll show that there is a profit. Even if losses are there, they'll try to uncover cover the losses and show that there is a profit. They'll show that no liabilities are there, only assets are there. No debt is there for a company, only equity. They'll try to show that. If the what we say, the returns are not much, they'll try to make the returns higher and try to attract the investors. Corporate fraud often arises from greed. Companies may resort to fraudulent accounting schemes to appear more profitable and attract the investors. They'll try to showcase themselves as a profitable entity to attract and retain the investors. Problems with company products to hide the problems which are there in the products. Companies may attempt to hide the defects or issues with their products. Recent cases include pharmaceutical companies concealing dangerous side effects of medication. They'll only share the good things about the medication or the side effects of the medication. Next, regulatory challenges. Regulatory authorities like SEBI and SEC attempt to prevent and punish the corporate fraud, but detection can be delayed, especially in private companies not required to disclose financials. If financial disclosure is required, then if any kind of fraud is there, then the authorities will be able to know it because they have to report it. But if disclosures are not being given, then it is very difficult to be finding out. So this is why corporate fraud will happen. Either will there be a desire to attract or retain investors, problems with company products, or regulatory challenges. So what are the examples of corporate fraud cases? First is Enron company. Executives hid financial troubles through massive accounting fraud, resulted in bankruptcy, and Sarbanes-Oxley Act for greater transparency. So this was Enron company which is there. So Enron company, it is founded in 1985. It is located in Texas, and fraud has been discovered in 2001. So Enron company is originally a pipeline company. It later expanded to energy, commodities, and also as a service industry. Now what Enron company has done, it done accounting manipulation. It has done mark to market accounting, which means future projected profits were recorded as an actual earnings. We have something called as this. If losses are there, then you'll record it priorly. If profits are there, you'll not record it priorly. But the Enron company has done mark to market accounting, which means profit hasn't been there, but they have recorded future profits as actual earnings. And they have created special purpose entities to hide the debts and to inflate the profits. And also executives misrepresented the financial health to the investors. Which auditor has helped them? So auditor Arthur Anderson helped Enron company in doing all these things. It resulted in passing of Sarbanes-Oxley Act, required more transparency in financial reporting and harsher penalties on companies committed fraud. So after discovering of this particular fraud, there was an act which has been passed, which is called a Sarbanes-Oxley Act. I hope it is clear. So second example is a waste management incorporation. It is a leading waste management company or waste disposal company in the US. What did they do? They have also manipulated the profits. They have overstated the profits by $1.7 billion, manipulated depreciation by extending the useful life of asset, violated GAAP by recording delayed expenses. They have violated the principles also. They have recorded the delayed expenses. In 1998, when CEO assumed the post of Waste Management Incorporation, the new CEO has discovered the fraud, and the CEO was very nice person. So what did he do? He himself gone to the authorities, taking all the documents of waste management. He told them that the fraud has been committed so far. He has given all the penalties. He has taken all the charges which has been given by the authorities. After paying all the penalties, fines, and taking of charges, he has started again waste management company from the start. I hope it is clear. Resulting in survival of scandal by penalties from SEC, USA, $1 million lawsuit by the investors. He has cleared everything and again started his business. I hope it is clear. Now next is 4Z Best Company. It is actually carpet cleaning company. Within 6 years of company's founding, the founder, who is called as Barry Mancow, has done fraud of valuation approximately $300 million. So what did he do? He has done a Ponzi scheme. Now what does it mean by Ponzi scheme? He'll take the credit from one person and he'll pay to the other person. Now for example, if I have having a credit of 10,000 rupees to Sujesh, I have to pay to Sujesh 10,000 rupees tomorrow. So what I'll do today, I'll go to Banu Teja, I'll take a credit of 10,000 rupees, I'll come to Sujesh and I'll pay the 10,000 rupees. Then after I have to pay to Banu Teja. Then again I'll go to Titan, I'll take 10,000 rupees, I'll pay to Banu Teja. So this kind of thing is called as Ponzi scheme. Engaging in classic Ponzi scheme using money acquired from new investor to pay off the previous investor. Next is Wirecard Company, a payment transfer and processing company in Germany. In early 2020s, auditors discovered $2 billion discrepancy between the company's books and the actual money. So they have done cooking of books. Money is not there, but in the books everything is cooked. Nothing is there. Goods are not there, the supplies are not there, the money is not there, but in books everything has been written as profits. Wirecard was forced to declare bankruptcy and its CEO was arrested by German authorities. And then it's Wells Fargo Company. So it is actually a banking company in US. Now for banking company and insurance companies, there will be sales targets. Yes or no? Nothing but the targets. Now in this Wells Fargo company also, the employees used to have the targets of opening of bank accounts. Now when the target was not met, what employees done? Employees opened millions of unauthorized accounts without knowing it to the clients to meet the sales target, which was discovered by the Wells Fargo management, and entire company has gone into closure. I hope it is clear. Now, all these are the examples of major corporate fraud cases in the world. So, if question is tested, you have to write them. I hope it is clear. So far, whatever we have discussed, is it clear? Business fraud, corporate fraud, is it clear? Fraud triangle discussed. Red flags for fraud discussed. Guys, so far, whatever we have discussed, is it clear? Titan, Ardhamaindi ma'am, what about others? Is it clear? Only Titan is there in the chat box. What about others? Banu, yes ma'am. Okay, great. Murugan, Harshad Mehta, yes. Harshad Mehta has also committed one kind of frauds. Rajat, clear ma'am. Okay, done. Now, one student has asked eligibility for forensic auditors. So what is the eligibility? This is not there in our books, but yes, for you to understand who can become a forensic auditor. CA, CMA, CFA, CPA, CFE with expertise in forensic accounting or fraud investigation, they can become a forensic auditor. Not only individual firms or entities can also become a forensic auditor. Audit firm or forensic consulting firms registered with regulatory bodies like ICAI, ICSI or other recognized institutions can also become a forensic auditor. Or else there are some kind of qualifications like certified public accountant, company secretary, certified fraud examiners, certified forensic accountants, diploma in forensic accounting and fraud detection. So any of these three things, the forensic auditor can be, they can be appointed as a forensic auditor. Knowledge, they have to have a knowledge in accounting, finance, economics, law and related fields. Additional certifications, certified fraud examiner, certified forensic accountant, CFE or CFA. So these are the additional certifications. If any other person from CA, CMA, CS want to go for forensic audit, they have to do the certification. I hope it is clear. Now, what are the types of forensic audit? In this forensic audit, we have different kinds of forensic audit, different types of investigations. First is financial forensics, which means the focus is on financial crime, about the accounting irregularities, only which is related to money. The fraud has been done only on financial crimes, related to money only the fraud has been done. For that, we are doing an investigation. Then it is called as financial forensics. Now, what is cyber forensics? Which is done as a cyber crime, which means manipulation of emails, forgery, whatever the online frauds are there. If to uncover that online frauds, the investigation is being done, it is called as cyber forensics. It can be a bank forensics, examination of fraudulent in banking sector. Insurance, similarly the investigation in fraud which is happening in insurance frauds. Construction, In the construction projects, if fraud is happening, construction forensics. Digital forensics, digital data and devices, if fraud is happening, then it is digital forensics. So we have different types of forensic audit. Now, in our syllabus, we only have one kind of forensic audit, which is called as financial forensics. Only this kind is there in our syllabus. Okay. Now, about financial forensics, we have this. Super question number 7. What do you mean by forensic audit of finance? What are the forensic audit techniques of a financial forensic accountant? Financial forensics is a specialized field that merges both accounting as well as investigation. Accounting expertise with investigation skills to uncover the financial crimes and irregularities. Professionals in this field are known as financial forensic analysts. They play a crucial role in both preventing the financial crimes and assisting in the recovery of lost assets. So what these financial forensic accountants will do? They will do both the part of accounting as well as the investigation. They will do the role of assisting the recovery of lost assets as well as to prevent the financial crimes. I hope it is clear. What are the key objectives of this financial forensics? To discover the criminal activity, identify and gather evidence of financial misconduct, whatever financial crime has happened, to discover that particular thing. Next, investigating finances. Assess how individuals and organizations manage their finances to uncover the truth. Next, they will do the assessment about how the individuals and the organizations are managing their finances. Next, preventing financial crime. They'll give suggestions for preventing it. Implement measures to detect the fraudulent activities. Recovering assets. They'll recover the lost assets. At last, investment analysis. Work with investors to evaluate potential investment opportunities. So this is the work which is done by financial forensics accountants. First, they'll discover the criminal activity. Then they'll investigate the finances. Then they'll prevent it from future happening. Then they'll recover the lost assets. After that, whatever recoveries happen, they'll try to invest the recovery of assets. I hope it is clear. So this is the objective of financial forensics. Next, common cases in financial forensics. What all the common cases are there? First is financial theft, the act of stealing money from the organization. Often, this stealing of money is done by an employee or a customer. Forensic analysts examine financial records, including receipts, payment histories, and profit and loss statements to identify evidence of theft. Or else it can be what? Securities fraud, a white-collar crime where false information is presented to investors to manipulate the market decision. Whatever the information is there, will manipulate it to attract the investors. Analysts review stock transactions and communication records to ascertain if misleading advice was provided to the investors. Or else it can be money laundering, the process of concealing illegally obtained money, which means the money has been obtained through illegal sources, which means by drug trafficking, by human trafficking, by what we say, by selling any illegal goods like guns, ammunition, arms. By selling all those things, if the money is obtained and that money is being replaced and bought into the market as a legally earned money, then it is money laundering. In that case also, it is one of the financial forensics. Financial analysts investigate shell company documentation, sudden income spikes in cash-based businesses, and suspicious transaction patterns to identify the laundering activities. Or else corporate valuation disputes. Disputes that arise during the acquisition of merger of business regarding the true value. Forensic analysts conduct in-depth financial analysis to uncover the hidden financial issues and ensure that the acquiring companies pay a fair prices. In case of merger, amalgamation, or any divorces or any bankruptcy cases, in that case also, to know and to identify whether there are any fraud which is being committed, in that case also financial forensics can be conducted. Next, tax evasion. The illegal act of not paying taxes owned by hiding income or inflating deductions. Analysts scrutinize tax documents, profit and loss statements, and financial transactions to detect the signs of tax evasion. So all these are related to money. If anything is related to money and if it is coming under a fraudulent cases, if both accounting and investigation is coming as a one part, then it is called as a financial forensics. What are the common cases? Financial theft, securities fraud, money laundering, corporate valuation disputes, tax evasion. I hope it is clear. What are the investigation techniques which you have already seen in the prior question? Reviewing public documents and conducting background checks, conducting detailed interviews, gathering information from trustworthy sources, analyzing whatever evidence gathered, conducting surveillance, going undercover, and analyzing financial statements. All these are the investigation techniques of forensic accounting. I hope it is clear. This is about the financial forensics. Is it clear? So far we have discussed about forensic audit, we've discussed about fraud, we've discussed about business fraud or corporate fraud, and then we have discussed about red flags of fraud, and then we have discussed about financial forensics, which is a kind of forensic audit. I hope it is clear. Titan, समझ हो गया मैम? समझ गया मैम? Okay, done. What about others? Manu, clear? What about others? Are only two listening to my class? Is it clear? Kunwa, clear? Guys, are you there? Sleeping or what? Mr. Ahmed, Balu, Murugan, Sujesh, Kiti Kumar. Clear. Okay, done. Now, we're moving on to the next topic, which is fundamental ethical issues that organizations must face to maintain integrity. Now, there are some ethical issues in business which are very crucial to be noted by the entity. Before letting that some kind of fraud will happen, they have to look up with some ethical issues in business. Now, what are the ethical issues which will arise in business? Understanding ethical standards, harassment and discrimination in workplace, health and safety in workplace, psychological risk and mental health, ethics in accounting practices, legislative responses, non-disclosure and corporate espionage, whistleblowing and social media conduct, technology and privacy products. All these are the ethical issues in the organizations. Now, because of these ethical issues, the businesses might lose the integrity factor. Now, what does it mean by integrity? Of being transparent, of being honest, of being straightforward. The businesses will lose the attitude of integrity or the what we call it as a characteristic of integrity, because the businesses will have these kind of ethical issues. Now, what are those ethical issues in business? So far, the question hasn't been asked from this, but the question can be tested from this point as well. So, in the booklet, the question is not there. Listen to this class. This class is enough. You will be able to write it down in the examination if the question is tested. Okay. Now, first, understanding ethical standards. Integrity and trust. Businesses must promote conduct rooted in integrity and build trust among employees, customers, and stakeholders. First, businesses have to be very transparent and honest towards their investors, employees, and customers. Only then they can expect the same in return from the employees. So, businesses must promote the conduct of integrity. First, they have to be very much transparent, so that the other people will also be transparent. Being a transparent and being very much honest is also an ethical issue which is having within the business. Next, diversity and inclusion. Accommodating diverse perspectives and backgrounds is vital, as is empathetic decision making that aligns with core values. Always when decision making is coming into the picture, the businesses have to focus on diverse perspectives, which means each and every person who is there in the decision making team, he should have a diverse perspective. He should have a different knowledges. Only then the decision will be effective decision. But it will not happen like that. Mostly everyone will have the same pace, same knowledge and all. Only then there will not have any conflicts, like that the businesses will work. But not to have any ethical issues, the businesses should have a diverse perspective and backgrounds. Compliance and governance. Organizations should ensure that their governance structures reflect ethical standards and compliance requirements. Always, whatever the rules and policies which are there in the organization should be ethically business. They have to do the ethical business and they have to comply the requirements of the laws and regulations. If all these three are followed, then there is no ethical issue in the business. If any of these three are missing, then there is an ethical issue in business. I hope it is clear. Second, harassment and discrimination in workplace. Always the companies have to focus on the policies of harassment and discrimination. Harassment and discrimination can lead to severe financial and reputational damage. It's essentially for businesses to create an inclusive environment to make the employees trust about the employee, culture, whatever it is there inside the organization. The employee should be very free to work in that particular environment. To create a safest environment for employees to work, for that, the harassment policies have to be included in the entity. If there are no such thing, then there is an ethical issue with the business. Familiarity with laws enforced by US Equal Employment Opportunity Commission is crucial. Now, what are the key areas which will include? Age above 40 years protection should be given. Disability like physical or mental disabilities. Discrimination should not be there. Equal pay should be there for each and every one. Pregnancy, in case of pregnancies, the incentives or the leave should be provided. Race and ethnicity, religion, sex and gender equal identity, based on all these things, no discrimination or harassment should be done in the workplace. I hope it is clear. Next, health and safety in workplace. Always the employee should give the confidence to the employee, stating that they have a safe and secure workplace. Under the Occupational Safety and Health Administration regulations, employees have the right to have a safe working conditions, and this have to be provided by the organization. Now, what all will come under the safe environment? Fall protection, hazard communication, scaffolding, respiratory protection, lockout or tagout procedures, powered industrial trucks, ladder safety standards, electrical wiring methods, machine guarding, general electrical requirements. All this will be coming under the safe environmental, safe working conditions. I hope it is clear. Now, why we are learning this? Because all these things should be included in the organization. If any of this thing is missing, then there is an ethical issue in business. Next, psycho risks and mental health. Not only providing a physical safest environment is important, also to have a mental peace in the business is also very important, which is not there in the current generation. If you are a software employee, to mar gaya. Murga mar gaya. That's the case which is happening with all the software employees. Was that? Now, health and safety concerns extend beyond physical injuries. The International Labour Organization reports increasing psychological risk linked to work-related stress and mental health. So, psychologically, risks are being increased because of the stress in the workplace. So, organizations should be in such a position to not to give that stress to the employees. Factors contributing to mental health issues include job insecurity, high job demands, effort rewarding imbalance, which means you are putting so much of effort but reward is not there, low autonomy. All this will come under mental health. If the mental health is not being taken care by the organization, then the organization is having an ethical issue. Next, whistleblowing and social media content. There is a thinnest line between whistleblowing and social media content. The organization should be very clear between what does it mean by whistleblowing and what does it mean by social media content. Now, what is whistleblowing? A whistleblower is a person, often an employee, who reveals information about the activity within a private or public organization that is deemed illegal, immoral, illicit, unsafe, or fraudulent. Whistleblowing means calling attention to the wrongdoing that is occurring within the organization. So, one of the employee thinks that something which is happening in the organization is illegal or a wrongdoing. Then, with of an intention of a good intentions, with his good intentions to stop the wrongdoing, if he is going and reporting it to the management, then that person is called as a whistleblower, and this kind of activity is called as a whistleblowing activity. Now, the Government Accountability Project lists 4 kinds of blowing a whistle. Firstly, reporting of wrongdoing. Secondly, violation of law. Regarding violation of law, that is being reported to the proper authorities. Either it can be reported to a supervisor, either it can be reported to a hotline, either it can be reported to an inspector general. So there are 4 kinds. First, reporting of wrongdoing. Second, reporting of a violation of law to supervisor. Third, reporting of violation of law to hotline. Or fourth, reporting of violation of law to inspector general. I hope it is clear. Now, blowing the whistle is more formally known as making a disclosure in a public interest. It's important you can do so knowing that you are protected from losing your job. When the employee can be a whistleblower, when he is having the assurance that, okay, even if something wrong is happening, if I am going and asking the management that this wrongdoing is being happening and you have to stop that wrongdoing. If a whistleblower is going and asking, he should have the assurance that his job will not be gone. He should be protected from losing his job. If that confidence is given by the management, then all the employees will be a whistleblowers inside the organization. Or being victimized as a result that what you have uncovered and made public. So he should not have a fear of losing job and he should not be victimized. These 2 things, the confidence have to be given by the management. Okay. Now, this is about the whistleblowing. Similarly, we have something called social media content, which means whatever which is happening in the company, can you make it as a social media content? The answer is yes in some cases, the answer is no in some cases. When there is a no, the organization should be very clear about it. Now, the rise of social media has significantly impacted employee behavior and a workplace dynamics, particularly regarding online conduct. Now, first is employee status. Employee content on social media can influence their employment status. Now, how you are showcasing yourself in the social media, based on that also your employment status will be dependent upon. Now, manager is there. Manager is in a very sophisticated position in that particular entity. He is being so strict in the organization. After going home, in the social media, you are seeing a video in which he is doing some kind of wrongdoings. He has what we say. He has done something wrong which has gone viral in the social media. Now, will it affect his employment status? The answer is yes. Now, social media is becoming very viral. Disloyalty. The ethical dilemma often arises when employees post content that could be seen as a disloyal to the employer. Now, as I am telling that whistleblower is there as a concept, now what you will think? Okay, whistleblower means a person who will talk about the wrongdoing which is happening. Now, wrongdoing is happening with me only. The employer is not giving leave to me. The employer is not taking care of me. He is giving me so much of hard work. He is giving me so much of burden, stress he is giving. So what you are doing? You are going to your home, opening your social media account, recording a video, stating all the bad things, using all the Sanskrit language about your manager, and you are recording a video and uploading it in the YouTube or Instagram, whatever it is. Now, what's happening here? You are being disloyal to your employer. You can be a whistleblower, but whistleblowing activity should not be done in the social media. Whistleblowing activity should be done to the management. I hope it is clear. So this is the difference between a whistleblowing activity and a social media content. So the organization should be very clear that you should not be disloyal to the organization. Next, ambiguity. The complexity of determining whether a post is a whistleblowing or a disloyal necessitates clear social media policies within the organization. So which point can be a whistleblowing and which point, Titan Sanskrit language. Yes, Sanskrit language. Now, which topic can be a whistleblowing topic and which topic can be a disloyal of the organization, that should be clear-cutly told by the organization policies. I hope it is clear. Now, whistleblowing protection, encouraging reporting. Employees should feel encouraged to report workplace violations without fear of punishment, whether through regulatory channels or through social media. Either it could be through regulatory channel or through a social media. The employee should be free to do the whistleblowing activity. I hope it is clear. So if these kind of activities are there in the organization, then it is okay. If whistleblowing activity or social media conduct is not there, then there is an ethical issue in business. Accurate bookkeeping, maintaining accurate and ethical accounting practices is crucial for organizations, particularly publicly traded ones. So public companies have to have a proper accounting. Cooking of books shouldn't be done. Whatever is there, they have to portray it. They should not manipulate anything in the books of accounts like Enron company has done. I hope it is clear. Now, legislative responses like Sarbanes-Oxley Act, which imposes stringent financial reporting requirements to protect consumers and investors. The company should have the implications of Sarbanes-Oxley Act, and also they should know about the importance of all companies' laws. So they have to follow all the compliance requirements, whatever is there. If the entity is following all the regulatory compliances, it is having a good ethicals. If not, then there is an ethical issue in business. And non-disclosure and corporate espionage. Whenever an employee is being recruited in the organization, we will have a non-disclosure agreement. I think every one of you know about the non-disclosure agreement, which is NDA. Corporate espionage involves a theft of confidential information, such as intellectual property or a client data, by current or a former employee. So before getting into the employment itself, the organization should be very clear about corporate espionage and the non-disclosure agreement. Okay, so they have to be very clear. If any kind of confidential information is being leaked by this particular individual to any other person, then you are not being protected by our entity. So they have to be very clear about it. Ethical use of surveillance, they can be transparent. They can create the employee awareness about it. So all these are the ethical issues in business. If combinedly everything is there, each and every factor is there within the organization, then that particular business is ethically standard. If not, then there is an ethical issue in business. I hope it is clear. So these are nothing but the responsibilities of auditor. The same, whatever we have seen as fundamental principles of auditor, the same thing is here. Integrity, objectivity, professional competence, confidentiality, and professional behavior. Rajat, yes, I have also signed this NDA. Everyone will do it because businesses will have that corporate espionage and non-disclosure agreement. So if that is there, then ethically standard business, or else ethical issue is there. Now, steps to reduce ethics risk. Whatever these ethical issues are there, how to reduce that inside the entity? First, honestly assess needs and resources. Conduct a honest evaluation of ethical risk the organization might face and ensure that there are sufficient resources to address the risk. First, you will do the assessment of risk. What kind of risk are there inside the entity? Is it related to NDA? Is it related to social media conduct? Is it related to whistleblowing? Is it related to discrimination? What risks are there? First, you will do the assessment. Based on that, you will verify whether the proper resources are there or not to take that particular issue out. Second, establish a strong foundation. Develop a robust code of ethics and compliance programs that are well communicated throughout the organization. create the rules, create the regulations inside the organization that each and everyone has to follow. Then build a culture of integrity from the top down, which means first organization should be straightforward. Organization should be transparent, honest, with integrity. Then similarly the employees will also be with integrity. Ethical conduct should be modeled by top management, creating an environment where ethical behavior is encouraged and expected from all the employees. Then keep a value focus. Even it is a small, even it is a big, create it as a value focus. Ensure that values are at a front font of decision making, whether dealing with significant issues or day to day. Even if it is a day to day issue, react it in the similar manner. Even if it is a bigger issue, react it in the similar manner. Re-evaluate and revise as needed. If you have done the risk assessment once, it is not a one-time process. It is a continuous process. Do it again, revise it again, and do it. I hope it is clear. This is how the ethical risk can be reduced. I hope it is clear. Now, how to build an effective ethics program inside the entity? First, freedom to question management without a fear. The employee should have the freedom to question if any wrongdoing is happening inside the entity. Second, reward for ethical conduct. If an employee is being with integrity, being transparent, following all the rules and regulations, being a green flag inside the entity, he should be rewarded. He should be encouraged, motivated. No reward for questionable practices. As we have told that there is a freedom of questioning management, that doesn't mean that you will go and question their work, why you are doing this, why you are doing that. No. If any wrongdoing is happening, then you have a questioning right. Other than that, you should not come and question what is the work which is being done by them. You doesn't have that right. Avoid celebrating actions that, while financially beneficial, involve unethical conduct. Even if it is financially beneficial, don't follow it. Next, positive feedback for ethical behavior. Regularly provide feedback when employees act in align with the company's values. Preparedness to address misconduct. Always be prepared. If their kind of misconduct is being happened, you have to be prepared. Willingness to seek ethics advice. Foster an environment where employees are comfortably seeking advice on ethical issues. Sometimes employees, they themselves will come and tell, sir, this kind of things is happening inside the entity. So we have to make sure, we have to build this particular standard. So make sure that there is a willingness to seek the advice from the employees. If all these are there, then it is an effective ethics program inside the entity. I hope it is clear. Even if management is willing to bring an effective ethics program, there are challenges in implementing it. There are three main challenges. First, resistance from employees. Some employees will be there who will be very experienced in the company, who will be working in company for 10 years, 15 years, for so long. Now, if you are telling that some good rule has been bought and everyone has to implement that particular rule, then there might be resistance from employees. Employees might start thinking that, okay, now organization doesn't have trust on us. Now organization is thinking that we will commit some kind of fraud, because of which they are bringing these kind of rules. So employees might think it in a negative way as well. So to avoid that, what company can do to overcome this, company should focus on communication. They have to talk to the employees, stating that no, this is not because we doesn't have any trust on you. This is because to build an effective ethics program inside the organization. I hope it is clear. The introduction of new policy can create a sense of discomfort, especially if employees feel they are being scrutinized unfairly. To overcome this, companies should focus on communication. Or else, cost of training and implementation. There is a much more cost higher to implement that particular thing, and to train all the employees, the cost will be higher. By providing training that is relevant to each group. How that can be uncovered? Only provide training to relevant each group. Companies can increase the likelihood that employees will engage with and understand the policy. So whatever it is related to which group it is related, only for them training will be given. Not for all the employees who are there in the company, the training will be given. No. Relevant groups training will be provided. In that case, we'll try to reduce the cost. Second, inability to determine the return of investment of ethics policy. Now ethics policy is there. You will implement it. For implementing that, you will incur some cost as well. Will you get the return immediately? The answer is no. If you are implementing the effective ethics policy now, it will give you returns in long term. Return will not be in a short term. By showing how ethics practices contribute to long term success, such as improving brand reputation, reducing legal risk, and fostering trust among stakeholders, companies can demonstrate the value of their ethics policy. So by increase of brand reputation, by reduction of legal risk, they'll decide what is the return from the ethics policy. So these are the challenges in implementing effective ethics program. So whenever you are studying this, you have to study in a continuation manner. First, what are the ethical issues in the business? After that, what are the steps to reduce ethics risk? After that, what are the characteristics of effective ethics program? When implementing this effective ethics program, what can be the challenges to the business? So it is a continuous, topic. I hope it is clear. So far, whatever we have seen, is it clear? Guys, so far, is it clear? Guys, are you there? Is it clear? Titan is replying in different languages in different formats. Malum ho gaya ma'am. Murugan, yes ma'am. Banu, clear. Pujita, yes ma'am. Sujesh, yes ma'am. Okay, done. Now, we're moving on to the next question, super question number 9. Explain the major threats to auditor independence in auditing profession. Discuss each type of threat with suitable example and discuss these threats can compromise the auditor's objectivity and professional ethics. So what are the threats in auditing profession? What could be the threats in auditing profession? That's the question, super question number 9. So what are the threats? We have 5 threats of auditing profession. First is self-interest threat. Second, self-review threat. Third, advocacy threat. Fourth, familiarity threat. And fifth is intimidation threat. Now, what does it mean by self-interest threat? This occurs when an auditor has a financial or personal interest in the client, which could compromise their objectivity. Which means if the auditor is having some kind of interest in that particular entity, without disclosing that, he is becoming an auditor, which is a proper disqualification, which is a professional misconduct, even though he has done that. In that case, there might be a chance of self-interest. For example, if an auditor or a close family member holds a stake in the company being audited, this might influence the auditor's judgment. This cannot be happened because this is a disqualification and also this is a professional misconduct. But there might be a chance of being happened. If that's the case happening, then that is a self-interest threat. Second, it can be self-review threat. We have seen some specialized services when we were seeing, which is under section 144. I hope you guys remember that. Now, in that specialized services, we have seen all kind of services like bookkeeping services, providing ledger services, providing investment services, banking services, investment advisory services. Now, all are specialized services which should not be provided by an auditor. And that section 144 specifies that on the date of appointment, he should not provide any of those services, right? What if he has provided those services priorly? He can be appointed. In that case, there is a chance of self-review threat, which means whatever the books of accounts which is created by the person, he only has become an auditor in the future and he is doing the assessment of the same books of accounts. In that case, it is a self-review threat. A self-review threat arises when the auditor is required to audit their own work or the work done by others in their firm. This occurs when the auditor performs non-audit services, which are specialized services for a client, such as preparing financial statements and then audits those same statements. So it can be self-review threat, or else it can be advocacy threat. What does it mean by advocating? Fighting for that. Not fighting, arguing. Advocacy is nothing but arguing, and arguing on the legal facts. Now, if the particular auditor is being so familiar with the entity, if the head of the company and the auditor is becoming so close, they are becoming bestest friends, then what will happen? If even if there is a case that will tell that the business owner is committing any kind of fraud, the auditor will come and advocate. The auditor will try to protect his best friend. So this might happen in case of getting close relationship between the business. This arises when the auditor supports or advocates for client's position beyond what is objectively justifiable. This often happens unintentionally, where the auditor's actions could lead to partiality in the audit findings. So unintentionally, when auditor becomes so close, the independence might affect and partiality might arise. In case of that, they'll try to advocate it. Or else it can become a familiarity threat. As we have seen just now, familiarity threat means when the auditor becomes so familiar to the organization, he has done the audit in the prior periods as well. Now what will happen? Auditor will think that, oh, I know everything about this particular company. I know that this company will not commit any fraud. I know what these books of accounts are. I know who are their clients. I know about the client information. I know everything about this company. So what happens? They will become so familiar. So the professional skepticism will not come into their mind. The questioning mindset will not come. They'll not think in such a way that there might be a chance of fraud which is happening. So there might be a familiarity threat. A familiarity threat occurs when the auditor becomes too close or familiar with the client's management or personnel, potentially leading to bias. Long-term relationship with the same client or personal relationship with the client executives can impair the auditor's judgment. Next, intimidation threat. What does it mean by intimidation threat? An intimidation threat occurs when the auditor is subjected to pressure, either directly or indirectly, that prevents from being objective, which means the entity is imposing some kind of pressure onto the entity, onto the auditor. Then in that particular threatening basis, he might be giving some kind of biased opinion or partial opinion. In that case, it is called as intimidation threat. I hope it is clear. So all these are the threats in auditing profession. Self-interest threat, self-review threat, advocacy threat, familiarity threat, intimidation threat. I hope it is clear. So these are the threats in auditing profession. So far, whatever we have discussed, I hope it is clear. We have come to the end of forensic audit. Only one topic which is important is left, which is code of conduct in forensic audit. Okay. So far, whatever we have discussed, is it clear? Guys, so far, whatever we have discussed, is it clear? Titan, concept book cheppina topics kuda chaduvutam ma'am. Yes, that's the reason of this marathon. I have told you, only prepare this particular material. Prepare this material. This material is more than enough. But from the concepts of forensic audit and anti-money laundering, so far the question hasn't been tested, because this topic, whatever forensic audit and anti-money laundering is there, this topic is not there in the previous syllabus. 2016 syllabus, these topics are not there. This has been brought in 2022 syllabus. After bringing of 2022 syllabus, we only have 4 attempts to talk about 5 attempts. December 2023 was the first attempt, so leave that. We have 4 proper attempts for December 2022 syllabus. In this 4 attempts, we have mostly to talk mock question papers, 8 mock question papers and 4 past attempt papers. Only 12 papers are there. In these 12 papers, only these questions are tested. But there is a chance of testing more as well. So you have to learn. I hope it is clear. Now, the last concept in forensic audit is code of ethics or code of conduct. Now, as a cost auditor, when we are learning the concept of cost audit, we have seen professional misconduct, right? And we have standards which has to be followed by the cost auditor. So similarly, whoever the person who is becoming a forensic auditor, he also has a code of conduct which has to be followed, and he also has some prescribed standards which are to be followed. Okay, now what is the code of ethics? Super question number 8. List out the code of ethics for certified fraud examiners as per CFE code of professional standards. Who can become a forensic auditor? I told you one of that is a certified fraud examiner, CFE. Okay, or certified forensic accountant. We can call both. Now, for this certified fraud examiners, we have an association which is called as Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. Now, this ACFE has given some ethical standards for professionals involved in the forensic accounting, ensuring that they will perform their work at the highest level of integrity and professionalism, so that they will work with so much of integrity and professionalism. Association of Certified Fraud Examiners has given a code of conduct for the certified fraud examiners. Now, what is that? Key ethical principles involve integrity, being straightforward and honest, professionalism, working with professionalism, responsibility towards the clients and the public, and also commitment to excellence. Always have a professional behavior. So, these 4 are the key ethical principles in the forensic audit: integrity, professionalism, responsibility towards clients and public, and commitment to excellence. Now, what is the applicability of code? To whom it is applicable? Obviously, if the code of conduct is given by certified fraud examiners, Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, it is applicable to CFEs. Certified fraud examiners. The CFE code of conduct of professional standards is mandatory for all certified fraud examiners. Failure to comply can result in disciplinary actions. As we know, for cost auditors, we have to follow cost accounting standards. We have to follow cost auditing standards. If you are not following it, penalty will be there. Similarly, certified fraud examiners have to compulsorily follow this code of professional standards. If they are not following it, there will be a penalty. And we also have someone called as associate auditors. Now, who are these associate auditors? Nothing but trainees. For cost accountants, we call them as trainees, or we call them as articles. So you will do articles. So you will be called as article students. So similarly, whoever has not completed certified fraud examiner examination and who have just registered for that particular post, they will be called as associate auditors. Associate auditors of ACFE are not legally bound by Code of Professional Standards. They are encouraged to follow them. It is not mandatory for them because they are not CFEs completely, but they are encouraged to follow them. Upholding these standards shows commitment to growth of ethics, and even before certification. Before certification itself, if they are following those, then they'll become more stronger, more ethical. So for whom this particular code is applicable? For certified fraud examiners and for associate auditors. I hope it is clear. Now, what are this code of ethics for certified fraud examiners? Professionalism and due diligence, avoidance of illegal or unethical conduct, integrity and competence, compliance with court orders and impartial testimony, evidence-based opinions, confidentiality, full disclosure of material matters, and continual improvement. All these are code of ethics for certified fraud examiners. I hope it is clear. Now, after this, as I've told you, we have standards for certified fraud examiners. We have 3 standards. First, standard of professional conduct. Second is standard of examination. And third is standard of reporting. Now, this is what we have seen, code of ethics for certified fraud examiners. Now, first standard, standards of professional conduct for certified fraud examiners. What does the standard tell about? Integrity and objectivity. First, CFEs must conduct themselves with integrity, recognizing that public trust is built on this. If you are being honest, public will be honest. Next, any conflict of interest must be disclosed to the client or employer before the engagement. Ensure unbiased judgments within the scope of work. Independent judgment. No bias, no partiality. They must always act in a way that preserve the reputation of profession. They must comply with the court orders and dispute resolution bodies and avoid criminal behavior and should not encourage others to engage in illegal activities. They have to comply all of this. And then CFEs must not accept assignments they are unqualified to handle. If you are competent enough to do so, accept the engagement. If you are not competent, then avoid it. Don't accept the engagement. Then CFEs must fulfill the continuing professional education. They have to learn everything about the profession. They have to learn everything. Whatever amendment they have, they have to learn it. So continual studies have to be there. Then they have to be acting in a due diligence and they should have a professional skepticism. Questioning mindset should be there. Evidence-based conclusion. Whenever they are giving a conclusion, the conclusion should be evidence-based conclusion. Planning of fraud examinations. They have to plan everything. Whenever fraud examination is being done, they have to plan it. And then supervision. So all these are due professional care. And then understanding with the client and employee. They should have a proper understanding. In initial understanding, and if there are any of the other things, they can change afterwards as well. But there have to have a proper understanding with the client. CFEs are obligated to communicate any significant findings discovered during the fraud examination to the client or employer who retained them. So they are obligated. They definitely have to talk about the findings, whatever they have uncovered in the forensic audit engagement. CFEs must not disclose any confidential or privileged information obtained during the fraud examination unless given permission by the proper authority or if it is lawful by court order. So all this is the standards of professional conduct. I hope it is clear. Now, what is the standard of examination? How the examination has to be done? The primary objective is to gather the evidence and the information that is complete, reliable and relevant to the case at the hand. The examination should be done in such a way to gather evidence. Whatever evidence gathered should be complete, reliable and relevant for the case. These priorities should be continuously reviewed and adjusted as examination progresses to ensure the examination remains efficient and focused. Always whatever the goal they have fixed to the audit, they have to revise it, review it again and again. CFEs must remain alert to the possibility of conjecture, unsubstantiated opinions and biases from the witnesses and others involved. Always they have to be alert minded. Always they have to think that something might happen. Based on that only they have to do the examination. Evidence collection. CFEs must establish effective control and management procedures for handling documents, data and other evidence obtained during an examination. They have to always safeguard the evidence. The evidence should be very confidential. How the extent of documentation should be there? Adjust the depth of documentation according to the specific needs and objectives. Whatever the client is asking. Based on that, the depth of examination and the depth of recording will be there. I hope it is clear. Now, standards of reporting. How the reporting should be done? The reporting can be given either as a oral or a written. CFE's reports can be delivered orally or in writing. May include both fact finding and expert witness. Either it can be fact witness or expert witness. The report can be oral or written. Always the report should be evidence-based reporting and the report should be in a neutral perspective. He should not tell that the fraud is definitely committed. He should not tell that the fraud is not committed. He should only give the information and the management will decide about the fraudulent activity. It should be evidence-based reporting and there should be a neutrality and legal guilt or innocence. He should not prove anything. He should only provide the information. This is how the reporting should be there. I hope it is clear. So these are the 3 standards which are there for certified fraud examiners. Standards of professional conduct, standards of examination, standards of reporting. I hope it is clear. So far from this also question hasn't been tested, but that can be tested. I hope it is clear. Now, the next question. Discuss the need for forensic accountants. Why we need forensic accountants? Forensic accounting is a specialized field focusing on fraud detection, dispute resolution, and litigation support. It combines accounting, auditing, data mining tools, and investigative skills to uncover fraud and financial misconduct. So it is nothing but a specialized field of detecting fraud, of resolving the dispute, and it involves both auditing, accounting, and also investigating skills. Now, based on the current scenario, whatever is happening in the current generation, cybercrimes are increasing day by day. Financial frauds are increasing. Corporate scams are increasing. So, this forensic auditors are becoming in a high demand in this current generation. Various organizations like government bodies, PSUs, insurance companies, banks, and investigative agencies have a dedicated forensic accounting teams because the cyber crimes are increasing day by day. The term forensic accountant was first used by the Maurice E. Pelobet in 1946. You need not remember this name, but you can just write it has been first discovered in 1946. In India, forensic accounting is gaining recognition with agencies like CBI actively utilizing forensic audit techniques. Because CBI is using these kind of techniques, it is becoming a growing field day by day. Now, as you already know, accounting today reports 40% of top 100 US accounting firms are expanding forensic and fraud services. You know, there are many high profile cases which are like Vijay Mallya and Nirav Modi. There are many fraudulent cases which has happened inside the India, which has created an awareness of forensic accounting. The NPA crisis in state-owned banks has further emphasized the importance of forensic audits. Because of the crimes which is happening day by day, the forensic audit topic has been become more famous and the demand for forensic auditors has been become higher. Forensic accounting is becoming a critical profession due to growing fraud risk, stricter regulations, and corporate governance requirements. With increasing demand, CMAs and chartered accountants have significant opportunities to specialize in this particular field. So, as frauds are getting increased, you also have a very much scope in this particular kind of profession. Not only you, CMA, CA, CS, everyone are having a greater scope because the demand of forensic auditors is becoming higher day by day. I hope it is clear. So this is about the need for forensic accountants. Why it is needed? Because fraud is happening, forensic accountant is needed. I hope it is clear. Now coming to the last question in forensic audit. Describe the constituents of forensic audit. What does it mean by constituents of forensic audit? The entire coverage, scope, whatever we call it. Why forensic audit we are doing? For assessing fraud risk, identifying fraud risk factors and evaluating internal controls, comparing fraud schemes, analyzing different fraud schemes to design an effective controls, and developing controls, implementing measures to prevent or limit fraud in the future, and for data analysis, using analytics to detect high risk transactions. And for audit planning, like leverage IT resources for better fraud detection, risk evaluation, you can go for financial and program risk for fraud, evidence gathering, applying techniques to detect fraud, justifying findings, providing evidence to support fraud conclusions, at last documentation, recording the evidence and data collection process, and reporting and prevention, advising agencies on fraud prevention. So all these are the constituents of forensic audit. I hope it is clear. So all these are the questions which are frequently being asked in the topic of forensic audit. So this is the entire marathon revision of forensic audit. I hope it is clear. So far whatever we have discussed, is it clear? Forensic audit, is it clear? Guys, is it clear forensic audit? So we have completed the revision of forensic audit. So one 7 marks question and one MCQ can be tested from this particular unit. Guys, are you there? Is it clear? Banu Teja, clear, ma'am. What about others? Is it clear? Sujesh, yes, ma'am. Muskan, clear. Titan, Adamaindi, Puchita, Namrata. Oh, okay, done. So we have completed the revision of forensic audit. Only one particular concept is pending, which is anti-money laundering. So we'll take a break of 10 minutes. So it is already 5:45. We'll resume back at 5:50 or 5:55 or 6. We'll resume back by 6 and then we'll do the revision of anti-money laundering and our entire marathon will be completed. Okay? Break. Yes, we are taking a break, Titan. Break will be till 6 and we'll resume the class by 6. We'll have one single concept, which is anti-money laundering. Ma'am, please take internal control, operational audit revision also. Unnati, I've already told. For that revision, videos will be uploaded in the YouTube. For that, I'll upload the videos in the YouTube. You need not worry about it. Okay. So, okay, we'll take the break till 6 p.m. and then we'll resume back and we'll start with anti-money laundering. I hope it is clear. Hello guys, welcome back. Hi there. Shall we start with anti-money laundering? Just let me know in the chat box. Shall we begin with anti-money laundering? Guys, are you there? Banu, yes ma'am. What about others? And came back from the break. Okay. Okay. We'll begin. Unit 2, anti-money laundering. Nivedini, yes ma'am. Okay, thank you Nivedini. Now, what does it mean by money laundering? Money laundering is the conversion of illegal money, the process of conversion of illegal money into legal money. The process is called as money laundering. Now, what does it mean by anti-money laundering? The provisions, the law which is there to prevent the illegal money is being converted into legal money and to be bringing into the market. Whatever the law which we have, it is called as anti-money laundering. Now, smart question number 1. In this particular unit, we have sections also which are very, very important for examination point of view. You have to remember the sections which are there in anti-money laundering. Now, coming to the law. In law also you have this particular concept which is PMLA. But what is the difference between the money laundering concept which you have in law PMLA and in this particular cost audit subject anti-money laundering? In law, you'll only learn about the PMLA concept, the act. In the act, what all provisions are there, you'll learn in the law subject. But here, in this particular subject, which is CMAD, you will learn about the money laundering and the connection of money laundering with terrorism financing. Now, what is money laundering? They are getting illegal money. Now, for getting illegal money, what will be the source of funds for illegal money? It could be gambling, it could be betting on something, it could be human trafficking, it could be drug trafficking. I'm little late. It's okay, tight. Now, it could be human trafficking, it could be drug trafficking, it would be illegal supply of goods, it could be arms, ammunitions, it could be anything. All this kind of things. By doing all these activities, if you are getting any money, then that is called as illegal money. Now, if this illegal money is being bought again into the financial systems to be portrayed as a legal money, then this process is called as money laundering. Whereas, if the illegal money is being again invested into some kind of illegal activity like terrorism activities, then it is called as terrorism financing. Now, all kind of terrorist activities are happening inside the India. But for terrorists, how the money is, how they are getting the money? For bomb blasting also, they need money. For making bombs, for arms, for guns, they need money. Now, how the terrorists are getting money? Is government funding them? The answer is no. But how they are getting money? From illegal activities only, they are getting the money, and then that money is being again utilized for illegal activities, which is terrorism financing. So, illegal to legal, money laundering, illegal to again illegal, terrorism financing. Regarding both the concepts of money laundering and terrorism financing, we'll learn in this particular unit. Okay, I hope you got it. Smart question number 1. Murugan, nenu vachesama. Okay, done. Smart question number 1. What do you understand about money laundering and financial terrorism? Both money laundering and financial terrorism involve illegal financial activities that can harm the economic stability and national security. While they are related, they have distinct objectives and methods. Even though both are related. How they both are related? Both are involving illegal activities only. Now, what does it mean by money laundering? Money laundering is the process of disguising illegally obtained money as legitimate funds to avoid distinction by authorities. Criminals use it to integrate black money into the legal financial system. To bring the black money into the legal financial system, they use a process which is called as money laundering. Now, what are the stages of money laundering? Placement, layering, and integration. What are the examples of money laundering? Depositing drug money into multiple small accounts to avoid the detection, or buying high value assets like real estate, luxury cars with illicit money. All these are the examples of money laundering. Now coming to financial terrorism or terrorism financing. Terrorist financing involves funding terrorist activities either through legal or illegal sources to support extremist groups. Sources of terrorist financing: illegal sources like drug trafficking, smuggling, fraud, extortion, or legal sourcing like donations, charities, crowdfunding, business investments. Methods used in this terrorism financing: what are the methods which are used? Hawala transactions, like informal, unregulated money transfers across the countries, we call it as hawala transactions, or cryptocurrency transactions, anonymous digital payments to fund terror groups, or fake charities or NGOs used as a front to collect and transfer the funds. They use charities, NGOs and trust for transferring the money. So all this will be the sources for terrorism financing. Example, a terrorist group receiving donations through fake crowdfunding campaigns, using shell companies to send money across borders for terrorist operations. I hope it is clear. So this is the difference between money laundering and terrorism financing. The main ideology of both is to get money from the illegal activities, but how they are putting it, it is the difference between money laundering and terrorism financing. I hope it is clear. Now, smart question number 2. Why there is a need to perform anti-money laundering checks? Now, as there is a money laundering, what does it mean by anti-money laundering? The provisions or the law which is there to prevent the country from putting that illegal money into legal money is anti-money laundering measures. Now, why as a cost accountants, you have to understand that anti-money laundering checks are important, not only as an individual. Why companies or the banks or financial institutions have to understand about this anti-money laundering checks. Anti-money laundering checks are essential to prevent financial crimes, to protect the integrity of financial system, and to ensure compliance with the global regulations. To prevent from financial crimes to be happening in the India, we need to understand about anti-money laundering checks. Key reasons for conducting AML checks: to prevent money laundering and financial crimes, identifies and stops illegal financial activities like drug trade, human trafficking and corruption. To stop happening of all these things, each and every entity, either it could be company, bank, financial institution, individual, whoever it is, they have to apply anti-money laundering checks. I hope it is clear. Next, to comply with the legal and regulatory requirements, we have an act which is called as Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002. Because it is stated in the law, everyone has to comply with it. Financial institutions must follow laws such as PMLA 2002 and RBI anti-money laundering and KYC, know your customer guidelines. Non-compliance can lead to heavy penalties, legal action and license revocation as well. Next, to prevent it from terrorism financing, ensures that funds are not being funneled into terrorism organizations, detects suspicious cross-border transactions and high-risk country dealings. To prevent it from happening as a terrorism financing, we need to implement AML checks. Detect and report suspicious transactions. It helps in monitoring large or unusual transactions that do not match a customer's profile. So, if there are any kind of suspicious transactions, to detect that suspicious transactions and to report that suspicious transactions. Each and every entity have to implement anti-money laundering checks. Suspicious transactions report must be submitted to Financial Intelligence Unit of India. So regarding this Financial Intelligence Unit of India, we'll learn in a while. Okay. To protect the integrity of financial system, prevents the financial system from being misused for illegal fund transfers, enhances trust and stability in the banking and financial sector. So for all these reasons, we have to conduct anti-money laundering checks. What are the reasons? First, to prevent money laundering and financial crimes. To have legal and regulatory requirements. To have prevented from terrorism financing. To detect and report suspicious transactions. And to protect the integrity of financial system. What we need to implement? We need to implement anti-money laundering checks. I hope it is clear. Now, super question number 1. Explain how money laundering works and enumerate the offences of money laundering. As I have told you, we have sections. So, those sections we have here. Just a moment. So, these are the sections which we have. Section 2 talks about definitions. Section 3, money laundering definition. Section 4, punishment for offences of money laundering. Section 5, attachment of property. Section 6, adjudicating authority. Section 16, power of survey. Section 17, power of search and seizure. Section 18, power to search a person. Section 19, arrest under PMLA. Section 21, retention of records. Section 23, interconnected transactions. Section 24, presumption and onus of proof. These are the sections which we have. The most important sections are section number 3, money laundering definition. Section number 4, punishment of offense of money laundering. This is very important. This punishment are being tested in the MCQs as well. And so far the questions which have been tested in the previous examinations, the question has been tested from section 17, power of search and survey. The question has been tested from section number 18, power to search a person, and section number 19, arrest under PMLA. Other sections haven't been tested so far. I hope it is clear. Now, moving on to the first, we'll see the offences of money laundering, which is given under section 2. Okay. In section 2, we have definitions. In definitions, we have one of the definition which is called as proceeds of crime. Now, through this proceeds of crime, we can understand about the offense of money laundering. Okay. Now, what does it mean by proceeds of crime? What is the definition of proceeds of crime? Any property derived or obtained directly or indirectly by any person as a result of criminal activity relating to a scheduled offense, or the value of any such property, or where such property is taken or held outside country, then the property equivalent in the value held within the country or abroad. This is the definition of proceeds of crime. Now, what is this definition? We'll understand very clearly. Okay. Any property. It could be any property derived or obtained directly or indirectly by any person as a result of criminal activity. Now, what kind of criminal activity? It will be specified in the scheduled offences. Or either it could be a property, or either it could be a value of any such property, or where such property is taken or held outside India, then the property equivalent in value held within the country or abroad. So, it can be a property, it can be a value of property, or if that property is located outside India, then the equivalent of the value of that property. Property, value of property, equivalent of value of a property, which is derived or obtained by directly or indirectly by any person as a result of criminal activity. That criminal activity will be related to a scheduled offense. So, this is the definition of proceeds of crime. So, if there is any kind of a property or a value of property or a equivalent value of a property, then it is called as a proceeds of crime. I hope it is clear. Now, what is given under the scheduled offenses? The schedule to PMLA lists all offences which have been defined as scheduled offences. The offences specified under Part A of schedule or the offences specified under Part B of schedule if the total value involved in such offences is 1 crore rupees or more. Part B is specified as 1 crore rupees or more. The offences are specified under Part C of schedule. So, scheduled offences are divided into three parts. Part A, Part B and Part C. Part B, 1 crore rupees or more. Part A talks about narcotic drugs and psychopathic substances. And Part C talks about other any proceeds of crime. I hope it is clear. So, this is offence of money laundering. Now, what is the definition of money laundering? It is given under section 3 money laundering definition. Now, what is the money laundering definition? Whosoever directly or indirectly attempts to indulge, knowingly assist, knowingly is a party, is actually involved in any process or activity connected with the proceeds of crime and projecting it as an untainted property or claiming it as an untainted property shall be guilty of offence of money laundering. So, this is the definition of money laundering, which is very important for you to write it down in the examination. Now, come along with me. What is section 3 money laundering definition? Whosoever directly or indirectly attempts to indulge, knowingly assist, knowingly is a party of or is actually involved in any process or activity which is connected with the proceeds of crime. Now, what is proceeds of crime? We have already seen in section 2 definition. And projecting it to be an untainted property or claiming it as an untainted property shall be guilty of offence of money laundering. This is section 3 definition of money laundering. I hope it is clear. Now, how money laundering works? Money laundering involves 3 stages, which is placement, layering and integration. Now, what is placement? Refers to how and where illegally obtained funds are placed. Money is often placed via payments, cash-based businesses. So, huge cash-based businesses, the transactions will be done in cash-based. Payments for false invoices, payments will be done for false invoices. Or they can go for smurfing. Smurfing means putting small amounts of money in different bank accounts. Putting small amounts of money into bank accounts or credit cards, moving money into trust and offshore companies that hide beneficial owner, aborting transactions shortly after funds are lodged with the lawyer or accountant. You'll book a lawyer, you'll book an accountant. Once the payment has been done, you'll abort the transaction. So, all these kinds of payments are nothing but placement, nothing but putting the illegal money into the financial system or putting the illegal money into the market. This is placement. Now, what is layering? Layering is nothing but a stage in which the connection from the placement will be cutting down. So, whatever the origin of that funds is there, to cut down the origin of funds, the layering will be done, which means inside the financial system is there, the money will be distributed across the nations. Either it could be distributed in different bank accounts or from one city to another city, from one state to another state, from one country to another country. It will be dispersed into different various forms of payments. It will be distributed to cut down the origin from which it has been bought. Okay. Layering refers to separating criminal funds from their source. It involves converting the illicit proceeds into another form and creating complex layers of financial transactions to disguise the funds, which means the origin and ownership. To cut down the origin and ownership to whatever the process is being done, it is called as layering. Next, integration refers to the re-entry of laundered funds into the economy. Again, launching the funds into the economy is called as integration in what appears to be normal and legitimate, and it is for business or for the personal transactions. This is sometimes done by investing into real estate, buying luxury assets. It allows launderers and criminals to increase their wealth. So, these are the 3 stages of money laundering, which is placement, layering and integration. I hope it is clear. So far, whatever we have discussed, is it clear? We have discussed about the introduction of money laundering. We have discussed about anti-money laundering. We have discussed about the connection between money laundering and terrorism financing. And I have told you about the section 2 definition, which is proceeds of crime. Section 3, money laundering definition and stages of money laundering. So far, whatever we have discussed, is it clear? Guys, is it clear so far? Banu Teja, clear, ma'am. What about others? Is it clear? Murugan, clear, ma'am. Okay, done. Now, section 2 completed, section 3 completed. Now we are moving on to section 4. Section 4 is punishment of money laundering. This I haven't included in the material because this is being tested in the MCQs. Okay. Now, what is the punishment of money laundering? Always the punishment for money laundering will be rigorous imprisonment. Now, what does it mean by rigorous imprisonment? Imprisonment will be very stringent, strict imprisonment will be given. Okay, it is not for 6 months or something like that. The imprisonment will be either for 3 years, 7 years or 10 years. It is rigorous imprisonment. I hope it is clear. Now, if it is general punishment for money laundering, any person found guilty of money laundering is punishable with rigorous imprisonment for a term of minimum 3 years, maximum 7 years with a fine if it is applicable. Okay, this is general punishment. If the money laundering is including any kind of activity which is given in Schedule A, which is nothing but if the offense is under Narcotic Drugs and Psychopathic Substances Act 1985, then the imprisonment shall be minimum of 3 years but can be extended of 10 years and offenders shall also be liable to a fine. I hope it is clear. General imprisonment can be there. General punishment is, if normally if it is a case of money laundering, minimum year imprisonment 3 years, maximum 7 years with a fine. If the offense is under Narcotic Drugs and Psychopathic Substances Act, then the imprisonment minimum will be 3 years, maximum will be 10 years with a fine if it is applicable. I hope it is clear. So this is section 4, punishment of money laundering. Now coming to section number 5, attachment of property. Now who can attach a property as money laundering property? Order for provisional attachment. Now what is it called as a provisional attachment? For example, if I am thinking that this particular building is a building which has been purchased from illegal money. Okay, so this particular property is called as money laundered property, which means whatever money which has been put in this particular building is entirely illegal money. Okay, from illegal sources that has been bought and that has been converted into legal money and they have invested into this particular real estate. Now, if to prove this particular entity or to prove this particular property as a money laundering property, I have to go for investigation. Now, before going into that investigation, in that entire procedure of investigation, if the officer is thinking that there is any chance of that particular person who is the fraudulent person, he'll try to mislead this particular property, or he will sell this property, or he will go undercover, or any kind of manipulation can be happened to this particular property. To avoid that, we can provisionally attach this particular property as money laundering property to make this particular property as sealed, which means the person who is there, he can live in this particular property. He can do whatever he wants with this property, but he cannot sell this property. He can't move this property. He can't do anything legally with this property. I hope it is clear. So that is called as provisional attachment. During that investigation proceedings, nothing to be happened to this property. We are going to the authority to ask for a provisional attachment. I hope it is clear. Now, authority to attach a property. Who can attach the property as a money laundered property? The director or a deputy director has the authority to provisionally attach the property suspected of being involved in money laundering. I hope it is clear. So who can attach? Director or deputy director? Okay. So the director or deputy director can attach the property as money laundering property. Now what are the conditions for attachment? To exercise this power, the concerned officer must show that based on material in his possession, that there is a reason to believe, and the reason should be recorded in writing, that the proceeds of crime, a person is in the possession of proceeds derived from the criminal activity, and there is a risk that these proceeds of crime may be concealed, transferred, or dealt with in any way that could interfere with any proceedings or investigation related to the confiscation of proceeds of crime. Which means who can attach a property as money laundering property? Either a director or a deputy director can attach it. Now, to attach this property as a money laundering property, they have to give a proper reason. They have to have a reason to believe, and also they have to give the reasons in writing. Now, what are those reasons? First, whatever the property is there, which means the proceeds of crime. That proceeds of crime is from a criminal activity. He should have a reason to believe that. And second thing, if we are not attaching this property as a provisional attachment now, there is a chance of concealment, there is a chance of transfer, or it can be dealt in any other way which will interfere the investigation. If he'll be able to prove that, if he is giving the reasons in writing, then the director or deputy director can attach the property as money laundering property. I hope it is clear. Now, the officer can issue an order to prohibit the transfer, conversion, disposition, or movement of such proceeds of property. After attaching the property, the property owner cannot transfer it, cannot convert it, which means he cannot change the ownership, he cannot deposit it, he can't destruct or what we say, he can't dismantle that particular property. Movement, he can't move that particular property. Duration of attachment. How much the duration can be there? The order remains valid from 180 days from the date of order. Within this 180 days, the officer, investigating officer, whoever is there, he have to start his investigation. He have to do the investigation, and at the end of 180 days, he have to prove that this particular property is a money laundering property with the valid proofs. If not, the provisional attachment will be removed. I hope it is clear. Now, after attaching the property as a money laundering property, after issuing the attachment order, the officer must forward the order and the supporting materials to the adjudicating authority, which will further evaluate the case. Now, adjudicating authority will appoint the investigating officer for go on with the investigation. So, after attaching a property as a money laundering property, the officer has to share that particular order to the adjudicating authority within 15 days. I hope it is clear. So, this is about section number 5, attaching a property as a money laundering property. Now, after attaching, what will happen? The order will be given to the adjudicating authority. So, that is our section number 6, adjudicating authority. Now, Section 6, the law outlines the establishment, composition, qualification, functions, and the terms of AA. Now, what is the composition of adjudicating authority? There will be one chairperson and 2 members. Out of 2 members, 1 member will be experienced in the field of law, and the other person will be experienced in the field of finance, accountancy, or administration. I hope it is clear. Now, who will appoint them? The central government appoints a chairperson of adjudicating authority. I hope it is clear. What is the composition? 1 chairperson, 2 members. In these 2 members, 1 member will be experienced in the field of law, and the other person will be experienced in the field of finance, accountancy, or administration. Now, who will appoint the chairperson of adjudicating authority? Central government will appoint him. I hope it is clear. Now, what are the qualifications of members? Members with expertise in law. To qualify for appointment, the person must be qualified to be appointed as a district judge. He need not be in a practice of a district judge. He should be qualified to be appointed as a district judge. Or the person must be a member of Indian Legal Service and should have held a post of grade 1 of service. Either in these two cases, he will be qualified to be appointed as a person who is an expertise in law and a member of adjudicating authority. I hope it is clear. Now, if it is a member with expertise in finance, accountancy or administration, the qualification is that he should be experienced in the fields of finance, accountancy or administration. I hope it is clear. In those fields, he should be experienced enough. In that case, he may be appointed as one of the member of adjudicating authority. I hope the qualification is clear. Now, what this adjudicating authority will do, how will they function? Based on the jurisdiction by benches, which means as we have different stations. If you see, for each and every area, we'll have different police stations. Now, if you have been robbed in one particular area, if you are going to another area and giving a complaint, they will tell that, no, Babu, this is not our jurisdiction. You have to go to that particular police station to give a complaint. So, similarly, for this adjudicating authority also, we will have different benches. Now, who will decide those benches? Central government. So, based on benches only, the adjudicating authority will take the jurisdiction and they will go for investigation of the cases. I hope it is clear. The jurisdiction of adjudicating authority is exercised by the benches. The central government will specify by notification the areas where each of the adjudicating authority will exercise its jurisdiction. I hope it is clear. Now, term of office, the chairperson and every member of adjudicating authority will hold office for a term of 5 years from the date they assume their appointment. And the maximum age will be 65 years. After 65 years, they can't hold a position of adjudicating authority chairperson. I hope it is clear. And coming to salaries and allowances, before being appointed, whatever alteration for salaries and allowances can be made. But after appointment, if there are making any changes in salaries and allowances, it should be beneficial, which means after appointment, the salary and allowances can be increased but cannot be decreased. I hope it is clear. The salary, allowances and other terms and conditions of service for the members shall not be altered to the disadvantage, which means the salary cannot be reduced. If you want, you can increase the salary. I hope it is clear. This is section number 6, which talks about adjudicating authority. Section 2, definitions. Section 3, money laundering definition. Section 4, Section 4, punishment of money laundering. Section 5, attachment of property as money laundering property. Section 6, adjudicating authority. I hope it is clear. Now, after section 6, which doesn't have any sections, directly we are skipping on to section number 16. Now, what is section number 16? Power of survey. Now, who can go for a survey? Section 16 of PMLA talks about survey. Now, the objectives of survey include why we are going for a survey. First, to inspecting necessary records available on the premises. Whatever records available on the premises will be inspected. Second, to verify proceeds of crime linked to money laundering. Whatever the property which is related to money laundering, to verify that. Examine any transaction related to proceeds of crime that might be discovered on the premises. Examining any transaction related to the proceeds of crime and assisting with any other proceedings or investigations under the PMLA. To do all these things, we are going for a survey. I hope it is clear. Now, who will go for a survey? The investigating officer or any other officer appointed by them, they can go for a survey. The officer must record reasons for conducting the survey and document any findings obtained during the survey. This helps to maintain transparency and ensures that the officer's actions are justified. I hope it is clear. So, this is about the section number 16 survey. So, why we are going for survey? To inspect necessary records, to verify proceeds of crime related to money laundering, to examine any transaction which is related to proceeds of crime, and to assist with any other proceedings of crime. I hope it is clear. So this is why we'll go for a survey which is given under section number 16. I hope it is clear. Ma'am, doing your 60 pages PDF is enough? Yes, it is enough for other topics. But for forensic audit and anti-money laundering, for both these topics also it is enough. But I ask you to watch this marathon. Just give a one-time revision. So far the questions haven't been tested, but there is a chance of testing it. So I'm taking it in the marathon. For forensic audit and anti-money laundering, you can just watch this marathon and prepare the 60 pages PDF. It is enough. I hope it is clear. Now, moving on to the next section, section number 17. Now, for this, we have a question. Super question number 2. Explain the power of search and seizure under section number 17 of the PMLA. Who is authorized to exercise these powers and what actions can be taken during the search and seizure operations. Now, this section grants the director or officer authorized by the director not below the rank of deputy director. Now, who can go for search and seizure? Either a director or an officer appointed by the officers authorized by the director, not below the rank of deputy director. Prepare practical questions also, bro. Thank you, Titan. Yes. With this theory questions, go for practical questions, go for MCQs as well. Then you will be able to score 80 plus marks in the examination. I hope it is clear. Now, who can go for search and seizure? Director or an officer authorized by the director, not below the rank of deputy director. I hope it is clear. Now, conditions under search and seizure. After satisfying these conditions, the director can go for search and seizure. What are those? First, suspected money laundering. The officer has a reason to believe that the person has committed and is involved in money laundering. First, he has to have a reason to believe that there is a money laundering. Next, the officer suspects that the person is in possession of proceeds of crime related to money laundering. He thinks that whatever the property is there in that particular person's hand is related to money laundering, or he is having the cash which is related to money laundering, or he is having the securities related to money laundering. Anything, any kind of property. The officer is thinking that he is in the possession of that proceeds of crime. Then, the officer suspects the person holds records related to money laundering. The officer thinks that he is having some kind of records related to money laundering. The officer suspects that the person is in possession of property related to crime. So, in any of these cases, if any of these conditions satisfy, then the director or officer authorized by the director, not below the rank of deputy director, can go for search and seizure. I hope it is clear. Now, what are the authorities granted in when they are going for search and seizure? Entry and search. The officer can enter and search any building, any place, any vehicle, any vessel or any aircraft where they believe such records are proceeds are stated. Wherever they think, even if they think that the records are there in Mars, in Moon, they can put a rocket, they can go there, they can search it. So that kind of authority is given to them. I hope it is clear. Next, breaking the locks. If the person is not providing the key to that particular locker, they can break that particular locker. If they are not opening a door, they can break and go inside that particular door. Whatever they want, they can do it. If access is restricted, locking doors and safe, the officer can break open locks to carry out the search. Seizure. If any records or property has been found regarding to proceeds of crime, they can seize that. Sujesh. Thank you. But it is true. It is authority which is given. They can go anywhere. They can break everything. If they find anything, they can seize that particular record, which means no one can touch that particular record. That is seizing. Muskan, audit in Mars, going Mars is most expensive. That is just for an example, Nana. Just for example, to let you understand that they can go anywhere. Okay. Not I'm telling that they'll really go to Mars. Okay. Seizure. They can seize any kind of record which they get. Okay. Next, marking identification. The officer can place identification marks on records or property or take copies or extracts of them if required. Inventory, if any kind of inventory is there, then they can make inventory note of it. Okay, if any kind of machinery or any kind of thing is there which they can't take them with them or seize it, they can note of it. Examine on oath. The officer may examine any person found in the possession of relevant records or property, can examine him on oath, which means they can take promise from them and they can start the interviewing of that particular person, whoever that particular person might be. Even if he is a Swiggy delivery boy, if he is inside that particular building, he can make that person sit, he can examine him on oath. Whoever that person who is in that particular property or in that particular place, he can examine him on oath. I hope it is clear. So all these are the authorities which are granted in case of search and seizure. This is given under section number 17. I hope it is clear. Section 16, power to search. Section 17, section 16, power to survey. Section number 17, power to search and seizure. And section number 18. Super question number 2. Describe the circumstances under which a person can be searched. Power to search a person is section number 18. Additionally, explain the prerequisites for arresting an individual. Arrest under PMLA, section number 19. Again, highlighting the authorities involved and the procedural steps that must follow post-arrest. So, who can search a person, when they can search a person, when the person can be arrested, and what is the procedures they have to follow after arrest. Regarding that, we have under section 18 and section number 19. I hope it is clear. Now, section number 18. If an authority has a reason to believe, and the reasons of belief is recorded in writing, that any person has secreted about his person, which means he's hiding something. If the officer is having an opinion that he is hiding something, or in anything under his possession, ownership or control, any record or proceeds of crime, he is hiding something. It could be a possession, it could be ownership, it could be control, any record. If the officer is having a reasons to believe that he is hiding something, then he can search a person. Okay, which may be useful or relevant for any proceedings. The authority may search that person and seize such records or property, which may be useful for or relevant to any proceedings under the Act. Next, when they can arrest under PMLA section number 19. Under section 19, who can arrest? The deputy director, assistant director, or any other officer authorized on behalf of by the central government by general or special order. Who can go for an arrest? Deputy director, assistant director, or an officer authorized by the central government, either through a general order or a special order, can go for arresting a person. Now, a person can be arrested by the concerned authority if such authority is based on the material in his possession, has a reason to believe that such person has been guilty of offence of money laundering. The reason for such belief is recorded in writing. In this both cases, if both are satisfied, then they can arrest it. After arresting such person, the authority is bound to inform the arrested person about the grounds for his arrest. They have to inform why that particular person has been arrested. Okay, rather than just making him sit and torturing him for not informing him why he has been arrested. Okay, next, forward a copy of arrest order along with the material in his possession to the adjudicating authority. Proceed, produce that particular person within 24 hours before the special court or judicial magistrate or metropolitan magistrate, which means whatever police station, whatever court which is there beside your home, go and produce him. Either it can be a special court, magistrate court, judicial court, whatever it is. If there is a court, produce him within 24 hours. I hope it is clear. So this is after arrest, what should be done. I hope it is clear. So this is section number 19, arrest under PMLA. I hope it is clear. Now after section number 19, we have section number 21. Where is section number 21? Not there in syllabus. Don't concern about it. Okay. Section number 21, retention of records. when search is happening, when survey is happening, when seizure is happening, can the officer retain the records? The answer is yes, they can retain the records. Conditions for retention. If records have been seized under section 17 or search of a person under section 18, frozen under section 1A of 17, these records are needed for the inquiry under PMLA. If in any of the section 17, 18, the records have been taken and they are very much required in the inquiry and investigation, in that case, such records can be retained for up to 180 days from the date of seizure or freezing. Okay. Rights of the person from whom the records were seized or frozen is entitled to obtain the copies of retained records. So the records can be retained for 180 days. This is being tested in the MCQs. Ma'am, please pronounce government or government. Here N is silent. Oh, government. Great. Thank you. Okay, I'll tell it as government. Now, after 180 days, what shall be done? After 180 days, the records must be returned to the person unless if they have a permission from the adjudicating authority stating that they still need that particular records for inquiry and still the investigation is in progress. So they have to have that particular records. If they have proven such that to the adjudicating authority, if adjudicating authority gave permission to them, then they can retain the records beyond 180 days. I hope it is clear. Before extending the retention or freezing period, the adjudicating authority must be satisfied that the records are prima facie involved in money laundering. The records are necessary for adjudication under section 8 of PMLA. In the investigation, the records are very much required. I hope it is clear. So remember, the retention of records can be taken for the period of 180 days. I hope it is clear. Now, section 23, interconnected transactions. Now, what does this mean? If, for example, if one transaction in a series of related transactions is proven to be linked to money laundering, the law assumes that the other transactions are also involved unless evidence is provided to disprove their connection. See, for example, there is an individual and that individual has entered into a series of transactions. He has purchased securities, he has purchased a property which is a building, he has purchased a real estate, he has purchased luxury goods, series of transactions. In this series of transactions, only a property which is purchased is related to money laundering. Whatever the securities, whatever the luxury goods he has purchased, it has been purchased from his hard-earned money. Okay. Now, the officers have done the search, seizure, whatever procedures there are available, they have done that. And they have proven that this particular property which is there, which he has purchased as a building, is a money laundering property. Now, the officers will think, as all these transactions are interrelated transactions, the authority will assume that all the transactions are from money laundering money itself. Okay, so it is called as interconnected transactions. The authority will believe that whatever is in his possession, it could be a cycle, it could be a gold jewelry, it could be a diamond, anything. Whatever is there in his possession, whatever he has purchased, everything is related to money laundering. That assumption will be taken by the authorities according to section number 23, interconnected transactions. Now, section 24, presumption and onus of proof. Now, in the series of transactions, only one particular property, which is a building, is related to money laundering property. Other transactions are not related to money laundering. Now, who has onus of proof, which means who has the obligation to prove that? The person who is there in the possession of that. The person, he himself has to prove to the authorities that the other transactions are not related to money laundering and only one property is related to money laundering. If he has the if he has proven that, then it will be relate. But here section 24 tells that the presumption will be taken by the authorities. Now, who has the obligation to prove? The person who is in possession has the obligation to prove that this is related to money laundering and the other transactions are not related to money laundering. I hope it is clear. So, these are the sections which are there in money laundering and which are important in the topic of money laundering. I hope it is clear. So, we have seen all the sections. We have given a quick revision of all the sections. Section 2, definitions. Section 3, money laundering definition. Section 4, punishment of offense of money laundering. Section 5, attachment of property. Section 6, adjudicating authority. Section 16, power of survey. Section 17, power of search and seizure. Section 18, power to search a person. Section 19, arrest under PMLA. Section 21, retention of records. Section 23, interconnected transactions, and section 24, presumption and onus of proof. So far, whatever we have discussed, all the sections, is it clear? Guys, so far, whatever we have discussed, all the sections of money laundering, is it clear? Sujesh, yes ma'am. Titan, yes ma'am. What about others? Is it clear? Okay, now. Now we have seen all the sections and we have seen that in money laundering, someone will create a law. Yes or no? So we have some kind of legal and regulatory authorities who will try to prevent and detect this kind of money laundering transactions. Now, who are those regulatory authorities who are behind preventing and detecting this money laundering transactions? Those are this legal and regulatory authorities, which are Financial Intelligence Unit of India, Enforcement Directorate, Reserve Bank of India, Securities Exchange Board of India, and other regulatory authorities. So we have these legal and regulatory authorities who usually try and usually work in preventing and detecting this money laundering transactions. MCQ सेशन हो गया क्या? नहीं, MCQ सेशन नहीं हुआ है. मैं बोलूंगी मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली MCQ लाइव में नहीं होगा. MCQ PDF आपको मिल जाएगा और MCQ सेशन के बारे में मैं बाद में बताऊं. ठीक है. Now, one of the legal and regulatory authority who is behind preventing and detecting this money laundering transactions is Financial Intelligence Unit of India. Now, what are the functions of this Financial Intelligence Unit of India? Financial Intelligence Unit of India is established by the Government of India on November 18, 2004. Financial Intelligence Unit of India is a national agency responsible for dealing with the suspect financial transactions. What they will work for? To know what are the suspect financial transactions. Financial Intelligence Unit of India coordinates with national as well as with the international investigation agencies or intelligence and enforcement agencies to combat money laundering and related crimes. What they work for? To combat, which means to prevent and detect this money laundering and other kind of financial crimes. They work for it. It reports directly to the Economic Intelligence Council, which is directly headed by the Finance Minister of India. I hope it is clear. So, Financial Intelligence Unit of India will do all these functions and at last it will report directly to the Economic Intelligence Council, which is headed by the Finance Minister of India. Now, what are the functions of Financial Intelligence Unit of India? First is collection of information. What all information they will collect? They will collect information about the cash transactions report, non-profit organizations transaction report, cross-border wire transfer report, purchase or sale of immovable property report, suspicious transaction report from all the banks, from all the financial institutions, from what all businesses are there inside the India, from all those entities, the information will be collected by the Financial Intelligence Unit of India. After that, they will analyze the information. Financial Intelligence Unit of India analyzes the information to uncover the patterns of suspicious transactions that may indicate money laundering or other financial crimes. So they will look for any suspicious transactions. After that, they will share this information. If any the agency shares valuable financial intelligence with the national law enforcement or intelligence agencies. If any international agencies come and ask for information, they will provide the information. So this will act as a data source for all the entities. If anyone wants any kind of information, that can be collected from the Financial Intelligence Unit of India. Central repository, as I have told you, this will act as a national database for reports received from various entities. Coordination, it enhances the coordination of financial intelligence collection and sharing both domestically and internationally to fight money laundering. All these kinds of information will be collected and distributed domestically as well as internationally. After that, they will research and analyze how this money laundering transactions is happening, what is the source of these transactions, how to avoid this particular thing, how to detect it, how to prevent it. They will research and analyze it. Financial Intelligence Unit of India identifies money laundering trends and developments and conducts research in this area. So all these are the functions of Financial Intelligence Unit of India. So this is one of the legal regulatory authority who is preventing and detecting money laundering. I hope it is clear. What are the functions? First, collection of information. Second, analyzing of information. Third, sharing the information. Fourth, acting as a central repository. Fifth, coordinating domestically and internationally in combating money laundering. And sixth, research and analysis. I hope it is clear. So similarly, as we have Financial Intelligence Unit of India, we also have Enforcement Directorate. That is our super question number 4. Prepare the statement showing the responsibility and powers of Enforcement Directorate as per provisions of Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Now, what is Enforcement Directorate? Enforcement Directorate is responsible for enforcing PMLA by conducting investigations to trace assets derived from proceeds of crime and ensure their attachment. So far, we have seen the sections, right? From section number 5, we have seen about attachment of property. We have seen about search, seizure, arrest. All this will be handled by Enforcement Directorate. Now, from this only, whoever we have seen as director, deputy director, associate director, investigating officer, who will appoint all these people? They will be the persons from Enforcement Directorate. So, Enforcement Directorate is behind all these investigating procedures. ED's role includes prosecuting offenders, seeking confiscation of property, involved in money laundering by the special court. So, what are the powers of ED? Imposing penalties for non-compliance with PMLA, along with powers including provisional attachment of property, survey operations, search and seizure of assets, arrest of persons, retention of property and records. All these are the powers of Enforcement Directorate. I hope it is clear. Now, along with this Enforcement Directorate, we also have another legal regulatory authority, which is Reserve Bank of India. Now, what does the Reserve Bank of India do? Reserve Bank of India will make sure that whatever banks which are there inside the India are following anti-money laundering measures. By following anti-money laundering measures, what will happen if there is any kind of suspicious transaction happening inside the bank servers? Then that suspicious transactions report will be collected by the Reserve Bank of India, and this Reserve Bank of India will report it to the Financial Intelligence Unit of India. So they will collect about CDD, Customer Due Diligence Report, Enhanced Due Diligence Report. In this Customer Due Diligence Report, what all will be there? The information regarding each and every customer, like which means what kind of business they are doing, how much their bank credit is there, what kind of dealings they are doing, what kind of transactions they are doing, regarding all those things. That is customer due diligence. What is enhanced due diligence? If that particular client who is there with the bank, if he is a big shot business person, if he is politically exposed party, then those kind of clients are high risk clients, which means there is a chance of uh, risk happening in those cases. Yes or no? So there are high business people, politically exposed parties. So for them, they will be categorizing as high risk clients. If there are high risk clients, then there will be enhanced due diligence report. So all kinds of banks will prepare customer due diligence report, enhanced due diligence report, suspicious transactions report. All these reports will be shared to Financial Intelligence Unit of India. Now, Reserve Bank of India will make sure that all the banks are following all of these procedures. I hope it is clear. As India's central bank, the RBI plays a significant role in shaping and enforcing financial regulations under PMLA. It issues guidelines for customer due diligence and enhanced due diligence and transactions monitoring to ensure compliance with anti-money laundering laws. I hope it is clear. Next, Securities Exchange Board of India. The same work which is done by banks, the same will be done by Securities Exchange Board of India, which is SEBI. They will work about the securities. SEBI regulates the securities market in India and enforces PMLA guidelines for securities transactions. It ensures that the securities related activities follow anti-money laundering rules. I hope it is clear. So similarly, as RBI and SEBI, we also have other regulatory authorities like pension regulators, insurance regulators, and various sector specific authorities. So all these people, what they will do? They will collect all kind of information which is there regarding their people inside their particular entities, and then they will collect any suspicious transactions report if it is there. All those reports will be forwarded to Financial Intelligence Unit of India. They will do the analysis, and if there is anything which is related to money laundering, they will share it to the adjudicating authority, and adjudicating authority will share it to the enforcement directorate. Enforcement directorate will start the investigation, and not only investigation, after investigating, they'll go for provisional attachment, search, seizure, attachment of property, or the arrest of person, whatever it is there. All this investigation procedures, all these powers will be taken by the enforcement directorate. I hope it is clear. So this is the legal and regulatory framework under money laundering. I hope it is clear. Whatever we have discussed so far about Financial Intelligence Unit of India, Enforcement Directorate, RBI, SEBI, and other regulatory authorities. Is it clear? So far, whatever we have discussed, is it clear? Guys, is it clear? Sorry, there might be a delay of 10 to 15 minutes. I'll not take much time. Just a 10 to 15 minutes. We'll wrap up the session. Clear, ma'am. Bhanuteja. Okay, thank you. Titan, yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Now, super question number 6. That is the continuation of this particular whatever we have seen. Enumerate the measures to be taken for customer due diligence and provisions related to record keeping as per PMLA. So how banks have to go for customer due diligence and how records have to be maintained regarding this. Customer due diligence. Financial institutions should be prohibited from keeping any anonymous accounts or accounts in fictitious names. Ma'am, internal audit completed. No, I haven't taken internal audit concept. I have taken audit of different service organizations. That is completed. Now, always financial institutions have to prohibit from keeping anonymous accounts or accounts in fictitious names. Financial institutions should be required to undertake customer due diligence measures when establishing business relationships, transactions exceeding USD or Euro 15,000, suspicion of money laundering or terrorist financing, doubts on customer identity data. Whenever they are coming across any of this, they have to undertake customer due diligence, which means in detail they have to investigate about everything. Abhiraj, ma'am, when practical sessions, practical question, 25 practical questions video is already uploaded in the YouTube. That is more than enough. You can watch that particular video. For practice, I'll share a PDF. Thank you, Titan. Now, financial institutions will check about all these things. If they have come across any of this, then they will take up customer due diligence. Nothing but detailed investigation about each and everything. Now, CDD measures to be taken are as follows. Identify and verify customers using reliable documents. Whatever Aadhaar card, PAN card, or whatever documents they have submitted to the bank, regarding all that they will cover. Ma'am, CAS, cost accounting standards, completed. Identify and verify beneficial owner, understanding ownership or control structure. Who is the owner? Who is the beneficial owner? Who is a related party to that particular entity? To whom the transactions are frequently being happening. Regarding all these things, you have to identify and verify. Obtain business purpose and intent where necessary. What is the purpose of business? Why the transaction is happening? If it is necessary, then you have to verify that. Conduct ongoing due diligence and monitor transactions for consistency. Ongoing due diligence, you have to, ongoing monitor of transactions have to be done. So this is called as CDD measures, which is nothing but customer due diligence measures. I hope it is clear. Next, record keeping of financial institutions. Financial institutions should be required to maintain for at least 5 years all necessary records on transactions, both domestically and internationally, to enable them to comply swiftly with information requests from competent authorities. So, domestically or internationally, the financial institutions have to maintain the records for at least 5 years. I hope it is clear. Such records must be sufficient to permit the reconstruction of individual transactions, including the amounts and types of currency involved, if any, to provide, if necessary, evidence for the prosecution of criminal activity. If any competent authority is coming and asking, they should be in a position to provide the information as a evidence of criminal activity. So they have to maintain the records for at least 5 years. Financial institutions should be required to keep all records obtained through CDD measures. Copies or records of official identification, documents like passports, identity cards, driving license or similar documents, account files and business correspondence, including the results of any analysis undertaken for at least 5 years after the business relationship is ended as well. If any person, any client has come under CDD measures, then even after closure of business relationship, 5 years, they have to maintain that particular records with them safely. Financial institutions should be required by law to maintain records on transactions and information obtained through CDD measures. So the CDD information and the transaction records should be available to domestic competent authorities upon appropriate authority. I hope it is clear. Whenever appropriate authority is coming and asking, they have to be in a position to provide the information. So, at least for the 5 years, they have to maintain and safeguard that particular information. I hope it is clear. They have to maintain that records. Abhiraj ma'am, please mention all session chapter name wise. Abhiraj, I was actually thinking about it. Whatever this 5-day session is there, I'll download the videos, I'll merge the videos and upload it as a single file so that many students will not confuse about it. in that video I'll also give the timestamps so that day before examination, if you're wanting to again watch this video, it will be helpful for you. So it will be benefit and we can directly watch on. Yes, Abhiraj, I understand. I'll do that. I hope it is clear. So this is about the CDT measures and record keeping. The same thing is there here as well. Super question number 5. Summarize the records that are required to be maintained by a reporting entity under PMLA and how long these records have to be maintained. Who are the reporting entities? Banks, financial institutions, those operating games of chance for reward, casinos, real estate agents, precious metal dealers, and persons carrying on designated business and profession. All these will come under the reporting entities. Now, reporting entities are required to verify and identify identity of their clients and their beneficial owner, maintain records of all kind of transactions and documents evidencing the identity of their clients and their beneficial owner. They have to maintain record about each and every one. And the records maintained must contain the information of the nature of transaction, the amount of transaction, the currency in which it is denominated, the date on which the transaction was conducted, the parties to the transaction to enable that the reporting entity have been to reconstruct the individual transaction. So regarding all this information, the record has to be maintained by reporting entity. And how the record has to be maintained? 5 years. The information must be maintained for 5 years from the date of transaction. If they are into CDD, then from the closure of business relationship, from the end of business relationship, 5 years after that also they have to maintain it. I hope it is clear. So this is about the record keeping. This is about the customer due diligence. This is about the reporting entity. I hope it is clear. So far, whatever we have discussed, is it clear? Guys, so far, whatever we have discussed, is it clear? Do you have any doubts? Guys, are you there? Is it clear? Yes, ma'am, clear, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the message. Now, all the concepts which are there in this money laundering is almost completed. We are only left out with one single concept. I've told you what is money laundering, what is anti-money laundering. I've told you about the money laundering connection with terrorism financing. I've told you about the cycle of money laundering. We have discussed the sections which are there in money laundering. I have told you about the legal and regulatory framework, which is Financial Intelligence Unit of India, Enforcement Directorate, RBI, SEBI and other regulatory authorities. And also we have discussed about the reporting entities. Only one single topic which is there is Financial Action Task for recommendations to accountants. So, super question number 7. Discuss the Financial Action Task for recommendations concerning terrorism financing and proliferating financing. So, what is Financial Action Task Force? This Financial Action Task Force is one of the global body. Okay, so we have two global bodies, which is Financial Action Task Force and International Monetary Fund. Now, what this Financial Action Task Force and International Monetary Fund will do? These both are nothing but global bodies. This will not only deal within the India, but globally. Globally, whenever there is a concept of terrorism financing or anti-money laundering, this particular global bodies will come and they will try to prevent and detect the money laundering concepts. I hope it is clear. So, one of the global body is Financial Action Task Force. So, this Financial Action Task Force has gave some recommendations regarding this terrorism financing and proliferating financing. Regarding that, we are going to see in this particular question. The Financial Action Task Force has issued key recommendations to combat terrorist financing and proliferation financing, the major recommendations are as follows. What are those? Terrorist financing offense. Financial Action Task Force recommend that countries must criminalize terrorist financing in a line with the UN International Convention for the Suppression of Financing of Terrorism. So, they are telling that countries have to criminalize any kind of terrorism financing. The offense should cover not only the financing of terrorist acts, but also financing of terrorist organizations and individual terrorists, even when no specific terrorist act is linked. Even though, so far so good, even though they haven't committed any terrorist activity, but they are trying to do anything. In that case also, if financing of terrorist organizations is there, they have to criminalize that kind of offenses as well. Terrorist financing offenses must be treated as a predicate offenses for money laundering, ensuring stronger enforcement and prosecution. So, if any kind of terrorism financing or terrorist activities have been come across, then they have to be very stringent, which means the punishment should be very stringent. Targeted financial sanctions related to terrorism and terrorist financing. Countries must implement targeted sanctions as required under UNSC resolutions to prevent and suppress the terrorists, which means the countries have to implement these kind of targeted sanctions, which is given by UNSC resolutions to prevent this terrorist financing. Freezing without delay of funds. Whenever there are any kind of funds they are suspecting to be terrorism financing, they have to freeze them immediately. Listed by UN Security Council and designated domestically under. Ensuring no funds or assets are made available directly or indirectly to such designated person or entity. Now, who are this designated person? We have many terrorist groups, like for example, ISIS, Al-Qaeda. We have many kind of terrorist groups. Now, all those terrorist groups are called as designated persons. Now, if any kind of funds, we have a suspicion that those funds are being shared to those kind of designated persons, it should be freezed immediately without any investigation. That has to be done. Those kind of recommendations have been given by Financial Action Task Force. Next, countries must enforce sanctions related to prevention of proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. This includes implementing UNSC resolutions required, immediate freezing of funds of assets of designated persons or entities involved in proliferation, which means if any funds are being given to the designated persons for acquiring of any kind of weapons which are for mass destruction like bombs, ammunitions, guns, if any kind of purchasing of those kind of mass destruction has been done and for that funds are being given, in that case also they have to freeze that. Prohibiting the provision of any funds directly or indirectly to such persons. Those are prohibited. No funds can be given to that. Next, non-profit organization. Financial Action Task Force requires countries to ensure that NPOs vulnerable to terrorist financing abuse are safeguarded through a risk-based approach. So, Financial Action Task Force is telling that these kind of NGOs, trust or any kind of entities which are there for non-profit. So, any kind of non-profit organizations are there. So, terrorist groups will majorly focus on them. So, to take the money, to take that illegal money or to use it as a source of funds, they will do this. So, Financial Action Task Force is telling to have NPO vulnerables. They have to follow a risk-based approach so that even if a terrorist financing is being happening directly or indirectly, that will be prohibited. Countries must review adequacy of laws or regulations applicable to non-profit organizations. Focused and proportionate measures should be applied to prevent abuse, such as terrorist organizations posing a legitimate NPOs, which means they are forcing non-profit organizations to use them as a source of funds. using legitimate NPOs as conduits for terrorist funding or to avoid asset freezing measures. Either they can use them as a source of funds, or either they can use them as a freezing of assets. Whatever assets they are having, to freeze them, to store them also they can use them. Diverting legitimate funds secretly to the terrorist groups as a source of funds, they can use them. So Financial Action Task Force is giving a recommendation stating that whatever non-profit organizations are there within globally, they have to use a risk-based approach so that terrorist groups cannot directly or indirectly can force them, cause them, or threaten them to use them as a source of funds. I hope it is clear. So these are the Financial Action Task Force recommendations which are given related to terrorism financing and proliferation financing. I hope it is clear. So these are the super questions and smart questions which are there in money laundering concept, which is unit 2 of anti-money laundering, which are frequently being tested in the examination. I hope it is clear. So far, whatever is there in this particular index, we have completed all the questions. I have discussed all the super questions and discussed all the smart questions which are there in this particular unit. So, according to the recent mock question paper, if you are just relying on these 10 topics, you will be able to easily score the exemption. 60 plus confirm. Whatever the above marks, if you want 80 plus or 90 plus, then you have to revise it again and again, and you have to strategically prepare for the examination. But if you are just aiming for exemption, if you are just aiming for passing criteria, then this particular material is more than enough. Whatever theory questions may be tested from all these topics have been curated strategically and given you as a document. This particular document is already available in the Telegram channel. You can Xerox it and make a best use of it. I hope it is clear. So this is the marathon for December 2025, covering all the major 10 important topics for December 2025 attempt. I hope whatever we have discussed in this topics is very clear to each and everyone, and I hope you all will be revising these topics, and if the question is being asked on these topics, you'll be easily be able to write it in the examination. And other than this theory topics, we have practical questions and we have MCQs. For MCQs, separate booklet will be given, and regarding video, I'll give an update in the Telegram channel. Coming to practical questions, already video is available in the YouTube. 25 practical questions. You can watch that video. And for practice, practical questions PDF will be shared in the Telegram channel. I hope it is clear. Now, Sujesh, ma'am, attending your session was such a wonderful experience. Can't thank you enough for the help. Now I'm feeling confident for audit because of you. Thank you so much, Sujesh, for giving that reply. Now, this is the main reason for which I wanted to go for a marathon, that too live marathon, to give the most benefit out of it to the students. Titan thought that these topics will less time compared to remaining topics, but taken more time. Yes, Sujesh, same here, brother. Yes, because these are topics which are important, and also topic is huge, but it is easy topic. Titan, it is not that easy thing to say with same determination. Goat of cost audit. Thank you so much. Pujita, thank you so much, ma'am, for the marathon. Gain confidence that I can score exemption in CMAD. I want that confidence from my students. Now, whoever has attended this marathon live or you are watching it in recorded mode, I hope each and everyone will score exemption in cost and management audit and will get whatever desired score which you want. Either you could be writing group 3 or group 4, whatever it is. I hope and I'll pray to the God that whatever your desired score is there, you'll get that score and you will come with flying colors, and I'll meet you all in the BCCA firestorm after the examination. Okay, so watch this marathon again and again and prepare for cost and management audit, and you'll be able to easily score whatever marks you want from this particular subject. Okay, all the very best for the exams, and yes, till the examination, my fullest support will be there with you. My Telegram channel is available. My so many students already has my number, so you can directly message me or you can ask me your doubts in the Telegram channel as early as possible. It will be resolved immediately. Okay, so I hope this marathon is very much helpful to you. Uh, Nivedini, thank you so much, ma'am. Pujita, yes, ma'am. Titan, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, everyone, for joining the live class or whoever watching this recorded class. Okay, all the very best for your examinations. Bye.